Good morning and hello everybody. Judith, you're the first. Let's go. And welcome everybody. So initially, um the plan I sort of had lined out for today was actually that we maybe wouldn't do the mental health stream, but we would instead do like a Minecraft stream because I looked up a server which is like a publicly hosted server, like a pretty big one, and they have like a really cool system, like a shop system, which I really like. And I feel like that could be like a really good server to just like play on and do like our like own little community, but like within that like bigger server with like and just honestly like low-key like profit from their like how they handle things, like from the shop they have set up, and they're like helping mods who are always there and everything. um and yeah, but I joined the server and apparently there's a wipe coming up, and that could technically be like essentially like from tomorrow to like in 3 months because they're waiting for an update. So I feel like we might want to wait for the update first and then start playing on the server. But yeah, it could take quite a while, and it's not really sure when, because it's not like their update or anything, but it's the update of the mod they're hosting. So they're sort of waiting for this like Minecraft mod people to like present a new update, and then they're gonna restart the server with that update. And yeah. So apparently the timeline is like 1 day to 3 months, somewhere in between. So I'm not sure if people want to join when they know like all of the stuff they built is like maybe just gonna be gone on the next day. So I'm not sure. But yeah, so that's that. And well, how am I? I'm not too good actually. Like yesterday, I was outside and there's like a lot of like pollen outside right now. Um, and yeah, it's just like I'm dying to allergies. So we've been playing like tennis yesterday, and I'm still dying to allergies. Like it's not going away. Like already took like antihistamines, and yeah, so it's not great right now. And now I also have the like antihistamine side effects on top of it, right? Because you need to like take it a bit to like then have the side effects like go away. So it's kind of annoying. Yeah. That's why I wanted to like essentially like switch to playing Minecraft today. Um because yeah, I don't know. It's just like my headache is worse because of it, because there's a lot of like how are these, like sometimes you have headache which comes from here, and how like there's a word like I know the word in German but like not in English. But like from your temples, yeah, Nasennebenhöhlen, you know, like they're like clogged or whatever you say that, and then I don't know. Well, anyway, it comes from like your nose being stuffy, and then like there's, I don't know, you just get more headache. I don't know why. Um, but yeah, so I have more headache than usually. I'm also low-key sleepy because of the antihistamines side effect. And yeah, on top of that, I have a stuffy nose and need to like how do you say that? Like sneeze the entire time. Yeah, so not cool. Yeah. But yeah. So how are you doing, Judith? Also got like like an energy. Okay. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, so my sinuses are like done. And yeah. So that's why I have more headache. Yeah, so this is essentially why I initially didn't want to do like a full mental health stream. Like I thought like, okay, you know what? We're gonna like start with our mental health check-in. And then we're gonna like move over to gaming. But like, yeah, like I don't know if we like, you know, like do we move over to that like Minecraft server who's gonna like get vibed in the next 3 months? Finavandro, welcome back. Thank you for your sub again. Thank you for 3 months. And yes, the jacket is back. But I appreciate your support. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I usually always have mascara on. So I think today I just have like mascara. Oh fuck. I touched my glasses. Anyways, today I also have mascara on the like lower eyeline or something. Yeah. So maybe that's the difference. Who knows? Hi Ash, welcome, welcome. Hi guy with anxiety, welcome to the stream. So how you all doing? Did I feel longer and darker? I mean, maybe it's also just because of the eyeliner. I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe it's also better contrast because I like pulled down the sun doesn't come in anymore. I don't know. How do you say that? Hä, like so Jalousien oder so. Huh? What the hell? I don't know. I don't remember the word in English. It's like it's really annoying. You're listening to ghost stories to keep your mind awake and active. All right. So why does your mind need to be awake and active? I mean, if you feel really tired, is there no way you could just like go to sleep now or do a nap or something? You're good and anxious at the same time. Mm. So, what's going on with the medication, Avandro? Migraine is fucking up my head. Mm. Same here. Same here, brother. Like, my headache is so bad today because, like, my sinuses are stuffed because of the allergies. Yeah, I'm struggling. And then also, like, the antihistamines just make me, like, tired and just sort of, like, you know, like, I'm not, like, entirely there. So it's gonna be an interesting stream. We're gonna focus on, like, easy topics. And you watched Insidious because you were bored. What is Insidious? It's 20 degrees here, spring suits me. Meanwhile, my past beats me up with flashbacks. No. I know, my childhood was messed up and memories plop up showing me that it's messed up in so many details. Grieving something I never had. Yeah. Oh yeah, the blinds, yeah. Judith, Judith, did you ever do like trauma therapy for like PTSD therapy essentially? Like from trauma therapy like for your PTSD? Because it seems like it's like it's PTSD. You still have to work. How hard is it where you have to work? Go with anxiety. And hi Chu, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I'm a bit afraid for now as I'm shifting to a new place, new city, and it's completely unknown place. It's capital of, I mean, I'm scared of environments, especially after the incidents happened with me. Hmm. So why did you decide to stop the meds, Navandro? Like, was it a decision made with your doctor? Because it didn't seem like it. Like the way you described it. Yes, I'm in trauma therapy. It's good, but tears are everything open. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's good that you just take it slow. Give yourself like room to breathe. Focus on the things you can enjoy, like the good weather. And I mean, the grieving process is probably gonna help with letting go of it all as well. So maybe, even though it doesn't feel like it, maybe you're just doing the work right there in that moment as well, right? Not only at therapy, but also at home. All right. Have fun at work. Get over anxiety. Good luck. Remember to drink a lot if it's super hot. Like, don't dehydrate. And remember your coworkers too. So how are you doing too? Mm. I see. Like, is that a type of medication you can just like stop like this? Because like some of the medications like need like time to build up, and if you then like stop again, you're probably gonna get like big side effects. So like depending on your medication, like is that like okay that you just stop for like a couple of weeks? Like what did the doctor say? The hospital time is gonna clash with my lecture timings, and every lecture is long and connecting, so I can't even skip a lecture and point to, you know, I will not get off even on Sundays. Even up to 12 hours of lectures after bedtime. What are you studying, Navandro? That sounds so intense. Oh my god. Like, I sure hope it's medicine or something like this because, Lord. Like, how do they, like, why does it need to be so intense? No way, there's accent. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. I mean, thankfully, um, there's a lot of people we know, right? I guess, like, including me, where, like, we know it gets better afterwards. So, at least it's nothing we do where we feel like, ooh, like, maybe, but, like, you don't know for sure. Like, at least you know it's gonna be better afterwards. And hopefully you're gonna be able to let go and everything. Until then, you can just, like, make the way as, you know, like, less shitty as possible. Like, the least amount of shitty. Like, you can try to get support from friends or just, you know, reward yourself with some nice drinks or some nice food or just enjoying the sun. Trying to focus on the good things while going through something like this. Or maybe even like some people really see it as like motivating to make plans for like after therapy or something. Like when they have achieved their goals. That can also be quite, I guess, like inspiring. You're a good shoe? All right. Good to hear, good to hear. Mm. I see Navandra, okay. Like, yeah, like depending on your meds, like definitely like do listen to the doctors, like, and even if you're like around your parents, just like, I don't know, like maybe do like later, like after, like if you're like supposed to go to sleep or something, and then like take them or whatever. Um, but like take those meds seriously. Like a lot of the time they change, like they have so much influence on us, right? Because like I don't like I'm not informed which meds those specifically are, but it's like we're talking like antidepressants or something like this, right? And then it's just a thing of like they influence you so much that you don't want to mess with those. And that can have like really big side effects as well. So really take care that you're listening to the doctor's advice there. That's a great picture. I plant flowers along the shitty shit path. Exactly. Like even in situations where they're like not optimal, there's a lot of ways how to enjoy life. And I feel like sometimes, like, I don't know, maybe that was just me. But I'm a person with like high expectations, right? So sometimes it's actually quite nice to just acknowledge that it's like a shitty moment in your life, which is like really hard. And with that, I'm sometimes just able to let go of those expectations of like me doing so many things and can like really enjoy the, I guess, like mediocrity of that situation of like just eating mediocre food from time to time, or like just eating more with sugar because it's like not the moment to like keep tabs on your diet and stuff like this. You know what I mean? I mean, it's only to a certain extent, right? Like, you shouldn't like overdo this, for example, with like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna drink alcohol every day and I'm gonna make myself addicted. Like, that's not. Um, it needs to be within like boundaries for sure, but uh, it's still, I don't know, like on a, I guess like on a regular day, I would sort of like watch like what I eat like in sort of like diet terms, like if I eat enough fiber, enough greens and fruit and stuff like this, and just sort of like also check that I eat like sort of like healthy food, right? But in the moment where we like here, we're like renovating the apartment, for example, I just like completely let go of that expectation. And it actually made things so much better. Like beforehand, I was like low-key like pissed off about the situation, and I was like, oh man, but like I can't even like eat properly, and like so many of my goals I have to like leave behind right now to like be able to do this much work in the apartment. But the moment I actually decided of like, okay, but like this is just the way it is now. Like it's a tough situation. Like you can't really maintain all of these goals. Like it doesn't even make sense. And I'm just gonna put them on hold because they're not goals for a time like this. Like they're goals for a normal energy level, normal, you know, situation time, but not like for this situation right here where we're like super stressed out to get like everything done and stuff. Like I can't sort of like waste time on like making food or whatever. And in that moment where I like let go of these expectations and actually adjusted the expectations to my situation, the situation was like so much less shitty than before. Because it was like, okay, I had to like focus on like renovating the apartment. And it was a hell of a lot of work, like for sure, right? So it wasn't like easy or something, but it was definitely easier than doing all of that and having like a proper diet and like going to the gym on top of that, which would be like low-key unreasonable, like and like keep up with like a friendship and everything and like all of that. So sometimes it can be really nice to just, you know, like pause on some expectations and be like, okay, like these are like good goals for like a normal everyday life, but they're not really good goals for this sort of special situation. So yeah, it's low-key, it's like the same takeaway we have like when we talk about goals in general, right? And why some people like get like really like mentally low-key like tortured by their goals. It's like we need to adjust the goals to our situation, and that might change, and that's going to be uncomfortable to sort of acknowledge that change. And it also takes effort to actually think about, okay, how I need to change them, and that feels weird, especially if we're like stressed, to like sort of like waste energy thinking instead of just doing the things we have like as a goal. But yeah, it's just very important for us to set ourselves in a position where we can actually succeed and where we can achieve our goals, and where we don't like bully ourselves for like yeah, for like not achieving goals which like aren't really like available to be achieved in such a situation because we just set the bar way too high, right? And the electoral will be trying to cover the course of 4 years within 7 months. So that's gonna be intense when I have to get a job soon. And I'm elder brother and after father, I'm the one who has to take responsibility of everything. Ooh. A course of 4 years within 7 months. That's insane. Yo. I mean, I really hope you're gonna be able to sort of do that. But I also had a sore throat, yeah. And my nose is stuffy, right? So my voice is gonna sound very like not nasal. So yeah. Good morning, Jarv. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay. Navandro, I of course I do understand if there's like another chatter in like who speaks like Indian, for example, or something, and that it makes like sense, right? But I do sort of have the responsibility here to moderate the stream, right? And like if there's nothing sort of like coming from those statements and like nobody's complaining, then it's like perfect. But if somebody ever would complain, it's gonna be a hell of a lot of an effort to actually like find out who is like in the wrong or the right or whatever and like figure anything out or like help the miscommunication. So it would be nicer if we stick to English or like a language I can understand or like one of the mods can understand. Yeah. But yeah, like the expectations seem really high, Navandro. Like, do you think it's like a doable workload? Like when you say like you're gonna like have even on Sundays you're gonna have to work and sometimes like 12 hours. Like, do you have enough rest time to actually like progress what you learned and everything? And to like recover to then like be able to like take in more? Oh. So did you then like even understand? It's fine, Avandra, don't worry. Like I do understand where you're coming from and it makes so much sense. All right. Yeah, no worries. So, are there any topics we can help you with right now to like anybody in chat? Like, are there like any questions or any support you need like right now with a topic we should talk about? Because otherwise, we have sort of as a topic for today. I don't know if you guys remember, there was like a question of the day in our Discord server, which was, what do you think is the key to a healthy and happy life? And I told you guys to like answer to it, and then we're going to talk about it in stream. And we didn't get to it last stream. But if there's like sort of like a time frame today where we can just like choose the topic, or we sort of lack a topic, then we're definitely gonna go into that and those like answers and just talk about those. But I do think that's more of like a yeah, like a topic we can do. But if there's something like more pressing, then we're definitely gonna answer the more pressing things first, I guess. So Jarb, you're definitely already by like, let's talk about the healthy and happy life. All right. Is there anybody who has like a pressing topic? Coping with anxiety of the upcoming things, like a future where everything is unknown. Mm. have you tried to interact with that anxiety of like just figuring out like, okay, what is it specifically you're anxious of? And maybe like thinking of the thing to sort of see if you see it in like a very realistic way, or if there's maybe sort of like this thing going on of like have you heard about this, that like the fear of the unknown is like always like the most, right? Because we can expect so many different things from it. Like it could be this like big bad, I don't know, like a tiger or whatever in the darkness, you know, like lurking to catch us or whatever, and it could just be like a duck walking through the forest and making the exact same noise. But exactly with this, it can help to think about what we're actually anxious about and what sort of situation we imagine, to then understand what the fear specifically is. So that takes it from the unknown to the known. And that can already like alleviate like a big part of it. And then a lot of the time it's also just a thing of like when we then actually think about it and realize like the percentage of like how likely we think it's going to be, or like how we could handle that, we actually find a way, and then it's not as scary anymore. I'm anxious that I don't know how I will be able to control things, as things are in control right now. Are you anxious that you're not going to be able to handle the workload? I think without my meds, I've actually lost my focus, like unintentionally. I'm just unable to focus on your voice. Meds make your ADHD types? Like, I don't know what ADHD. It depends on the meds, right? But like, so what meds are you taking right now? Like, are you taking antidepressants or something more special, let's say? And Julian, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're talking to Navandro right now about anxiety to be in a new environment and like not being able to control things. Yeah, antidepressants. So the thing is, like, if you stop antidepressants just like that, there can be a lot of different side effects, right? One of them is depression. And not only that, but because they influence your mood so much, they can, for example, like also even make you nauseous or something like this, or make you like really sleepy, or can make you like anxious. And like it sort of depends on the specific antidepressant, and it depends on you as a person, sort of. But she's ignoring me. Tyler, that's a really bad joke considering your message is framed with first time chatter. But nice try. Anyways, but yeah, like antidepressants can cause a lot of different things, Navandra. So you struggling with focus can definitely be a like not taking antidepressants anymore side effect. So this is why I was like sort of worried when you just said like you would, you know, you were just like stopping the meds like this. But it's gonna get better once you're like on the meds again, and then like do take the like what your doctor told you serious. Like I do understand why they were worried that you just said like you just stopped taking them. Right. It's like if you want to stop your meds, you can always talk to a doctor, but they need to be stopped in a certain way. Right. Like with antidepressants, like depending on the specific antidepressant, but for example, with the one I took, it was like, I think it's called like a tricyclic one. You would have to like slowly go down the dose. And because my neurologist honestly messed up big time and just told me to get off of it within 2 days, I had the worst freaking side effects of my life, and I could have gotten chronic side effects from it. I think I didn't get chronic side effects from it, But I was like, for like 2 weeks, I felt nauseous as fuck. Like I couldn't eat anything. And then I had like a big depressive phase again because it was just like, right? Like you just stop the meds like this. Like there's gonna be like your body needs time to adjust to actually like go back to like the normal levels um of like hormones and everything, right? To be able to just handle that the med is not like the medication is not there anymore, not doing any work for it anymore, right? So definitely like this could be a side effect, like lacking concentration, also like an elevated sense of anxiety, could definitely be a side effect of you having stopped the antidepressant. And restless, also that, yeah. But it's gonna get better. Like now that you started with the antidepressant again, it's definitely gonna get better again. Yeah, I mean, I don't know which antidepressant you're taking, right? And like how that specifically works. I know that with the antidepressant I was taking, it took 6 weeks, I think, to actually see if it has like a proper effect or not. So since you already took antidepressants, it's probably not going to take that long, but it definitely can take a bit, right? So, I mean, there's antidepressants which are more sort of versus like just depression. There are antidepressants which are more against like anxiety. So there's like very many different antidepressants and they work different for like a lot of different people, right? So it sort of depends, but I would say like just listen to a doctor. Definitely like keep taking the meds. And if you notice that it's just like not going away, like you even like in a week or two, you still feel restless and you feel like, oh, maybe this is actually not from me stopping the antidepressants, but from like this antidepressant or like any type of side effect from like taking multiple medications, then definitely go back to your doctor again and like talk to them if like what symptoms you have and like if that's okay or like if you should be worried if they can change anything about the medication. um so yeah, but definitely like if you deal with antidepressants or any type of like heavy medication or medication which influences your mood or everything, like honestly Loki, anything which is more complicated than paracetamol, okay, um go talk to your doctor and like always like like do what your doctor tells you in that moment. And you can get a second opinion if you think like what your doctor or like your doctor is not listening to you or dismissing your opinion or whatever. Like you can always get a second opinion. That's like entirely fine. But these are like some of these medications can be like can have like really big side effects if you don't take them properly. So do take it serious that like what you're taking there is not like like a little sugar pill or something. Like there's serious stuff in there, right? So, and Twixter, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody. How are you doing? How is your stream? We're just doing like a mental health check-in today. We low-key wanted to start playing Minecraft instead because I'm not feeling very good. I'm on like super like allergy side effects and antihistamine side effects. But right now we're just doing a mental health check-in and then later on we might switch. We don't know yet. But we'll see if the side effects, I don't know, get better or worse. But welcome, welcome, welcome. So what did you guys play and how was the stream? Oh, just things kept going wrong. Oh, that can be so frustrating. And so you kept pushing through, so at the end it was good? Hmm. That's the thing, right? I'm leaving the place at times of hospital, like, yeah, new place is what's scaring me and not controlling my meds. And obviously I'm scared of the incidents happened with me, if you remember. As the new place is way too scary and unsafe for me. So it's not a single but multiple factors causing my anxiety. Oh, for sure. maybe there's some things you can like, if you already know, like it's coming from like so many different directions. I do first of all want to mention that like all of these things can still be elevated by you just having like stopped taking your antidepressants for a bit, and now just having started again, right? So like your overall level of anxiety could just be elevated in general. But I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, right? Like doing something against your anxiety is going to be the way to go. And maybe there's like well, depending on the cause of the anxiety, there's like a lot of different causes here, right? There might be certain things you can do for yourself. So for example, with the anxiety that like the new place is like too scary and unsafe for you. Like if you feel like that's not an anxiety which will low-key like just go away, but you're gonna like have to confront it, right? Because you're gonna live there, you're gonna have to go to university and everything. So you're gonna be faced with that anxiety and fear a lot. Maybe there's something you can do for yourself to get it into a place of manageable amount of anxiety. Because like we don't like want to avoid fear at all costs, right? And just like cope our way through. But I feel like if there's like so many different factors, you might just be like entirely overwhelmed and not be able to deal with anything. And that's not really helpful, right? So maybe with the place being like too scary and unsafe for you, maybe there's something like, I don't know, like a loud whistle, or like there's certain apps you can get which are sort of like where you can like sign up to like call with somebody when you like need to go home alone or something like this, or just like in unsafe situations that they're like sort of there with you, and if something would happen they would like call the cops or whatever. Maybe you can join just like some like a fighting gym or whatever to like learn a bit of self-defense, you know. So maybe there's a way you can like help yourself not feel as helpless in that situation, and not feel so sort of like being dependent on the mercy of somebody else, but regain a bit of control and confidence that you're going to be able to approach those situations and feel okay, and feel like you can keep yourself safe, or there's sort of a plan. Yeah. Played Supermarket Simulator for a bit though. Yeah, it was good at the end, but it was just late very mad. I see, I see. Oh, that's so annoying, right? When it's like only at the end it then still works, and then you just have to be a grown adult and have to end. But I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that you did make the right decision, and that you did do what a healthy adult would do, and end and prepare for the next day, and not fuck up your entire sleep cycle. Oh, thank you for the follow and for the subscribing on YouTube. So now you're then going to bed, Twixter? Thank you so much, by the way, for leaving your viewers with me. Really sweet of you. And I hope you're gonna find like really, really good rest. So before it hurts more, when I need control, I thought of giving up on meds before it's too late. Wait, are you scared of the effect of the medication, Lavandro? Like, I don't understand how you mean that. Before it hurts more, when I need control, I thought of giving up on meds. Okay, so I see this like two ways. So possibility one is you're scared of some effect of the medication, that it's like gonna take control away from you, or making you into a zombie or whatever, or that's gonna like make you unsafe more. And then the second thing I sort of see an interpretation of is that because you lacked so much control, it felt like you could only control if you take meds or not, and then that was the thing you sort of decided to regain a feeling of control back. So how do you see that? I'm gonna head to bed, but of course, my pleasure. Your stream is always nice to wind down to. Thank you so much. and then find good rest, Twixter. And thank you for stopping by and for the raid. I will work out for sure, and I'm gonna carry blades on my back, and I'm strong. So, I mean, okay. Like, if you feel like that's, like, does that help with your anxiety? Like, do you feel like you, like, with these measures, you gain control and are like, okay? Or no? And hi, Guardians fan. I've come to claim a new mainstream to watch and share this awesome channel. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. And welcome, welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, what about the med situation, Avandro? By the way, is the music a little bit too upbeat for the stream? Should we switch back to the positive flow or chakra playlist, or do we like the playlist? Just like side question. Well, I'm waiting for Navandro's message. Side effects of leaving it. We call it withdrawal symptoms. So when I take meds and the symptoms show up during my course, my study course, I don't know. I'm understandable. So therefore, let's leave meds and find withdrawal symptoms for course subjects. Okay, I see what you mean, Navandro. Is that a thing you talked about with your doctor? That you're scared of like ending or like having to end the meds while you're studying and while you need like your full like capacity, efficiency, and everything, and that you fear you won't have that's gonna like be negative on your studies. Because maybe your doctor would agree to sort of tell you like, okay, good, we're gonna just like continue with the medication throughout your studies until you're like done for like because it's like just 7 months, right? What do you what do you mean you didn't mean it? What didn't you mean? So what did the doctor say to that? Because I think it's a very valid fear. It's a very valid concern. You know? Hi, Snake Sparrow. Welcome, welcome. The music is okay. So, do you feel like switching would be better or no? Judith. Welcome to the chat. How you doing? But I'll say it a little later on next stream because I feel like it's something people shouldn't share about themselves. All right. I mean, I don't mind you sharing it. I would tell you if it's something where I feel like you shouldn't share it or not. But I think it's important that there's an open space for like a lot of things. And I don't know, if it's just a thing where like you don't know or whatever, then like I can always like tell you that it's like not a subject for the stream, and then I might like the worst case scenario I think is like I might delete the message and then we just like not talk about it. But I don't really have a topic in my mind where I feel like we would do this or we would have to do this. But I don't want to like push you to like come out with it like right now or anything. So take your time. Right now we're also talking to Navandro about antidepressants, anxiety, of starting something new, needing full capacity for studies. I rarely hear it unless I put it at max volume. I mean, I could make the music louder if the music is too quiet. What I mean was, if the stock of meds get over in between and I'm unable to refill my stock, and at the time the withdrawal symptoms show up, so I was like, let's stop meds right now, deal with the withdrawal symptoms right now, and that's how I'm able to handle myself when the meds are completely off my system. Yeah. Okay, this is exactly what I understood as well, like with your last message. And I think this is a very valid concern. Again, I think that makes a lot of sense. So, this is exactly why I asked, like, did you talk to your doctor about this? And what did your doctor say about this? Like, maybe you can, like, if you told him that, like, with their, like, hospital where you're gonna live, then it's like the times are always, like, sort of, like, not fitting well with your studies. Maybe there's a way you can get, like, more medication, like, earlier or something to, like, have a couple of days or, like, a week to, like, pick it up and, like, fit it in the schedule or something. Hmm. Well, Navandro, I do think it's like I see the point of the doctor here. Like, I don't know how well they explained their point, and I think it's very important for a doctor to give the feeling to their patient that they fully listened and they have good reasons to do that. So the reasons why, like, just from my perspective here, I'm like no doctor or anything, but just from my perspective, I wouldn't have been a fan of you going into that without antidepressants either, because your mental state is not stable without antidepressants, and also you're going to be in a highly stressful environment. Like, doing 4 years of studying within 7 months is going to, like, maybe drive people into depressions which have been mentally stable beforehand, you know? So it's a thing where, just also because it's like so many new things, so many things which can cause anxiety, it's just a thing where I feel like the support of having the medication in that moment is something which is really important. And so I wouldn't have been a fan of it either. It's always a thing where, like, technically, like, you can make, like, any decision, right? Like, the doctor can't really force you to anything. So it should definitely still be a thing where even the doctor gives you, like, a recommendation, and it's maybe, like, a very hard recommendation, but like, from my perspective at least, the doctor should make sure that they actually sort of have a consensus with you at the end of the meetup. So are you able to understand the decision of the doctor? Like, do you agree with it? So they asked me to carry monthly meds. From here as they know me and my relatives work, and some also things will manage out in a way. So yeah, I guess I got an idea. I have a month of meds as buffer. So what I can do is ask meds 1 month advance. Yeah, it can be done. Yeah. I think I would definitely, like, make it a priority to get your medication. Like, if that's something you can do, like if you have, like, some sort of, like, journal or calendar or anything, I would make sure, no matter how stressful the studies are going to be, because they're probably going to be, like, pretty stressful. Like, if you say you have, like, 12-hour days, that's insane, honestly. So I would definitely make sure that you make it a priority that you always have your medication. Because exactly, like, you know yourself already, right? That, like, the like withdrawal effects from the medication are heavy. So if even, like, no matter how stressful it is, then lacking on the medication and like going into withdrawal symptoms is going to be shittier. Like, no matter how shitty it is beforehand, with that it's going to be even shittier. So this is why I would definitely, like, if I were you, I would make it the priority to always have the medication. Like, nothing else can be as stressful as lacking the medication and walking into withdrawal symptoms. from like my personal judgment here. Because like the withdrawal symptoms I went through, like, oh nah, like nothing can be as shit as that. Like nothing's gonna make up for this. Like even like missing like a lecture or whatever and then having to like put in like super much work in and like not understand the next part or whatever. Like I think nothing like that is gonna be more challenging than going through the study with withdrawal symptoms. Yeah, for sure. Okay, perfect. So I feel like there's been a bunch of different anxieties going on, right? So one of them was about the medication. One of them was about being safe there. And I feel like you have a plan about being safe. You have a plan with the medication. And then there's been a bunch of other ones too. So I'm gonna go back to the message. You said what's scaring you is also no control over your own medication. So now you said you trust the doctor. So how do you mean not having control over your own medications? I feel like leaving your place here and the timings of hospital and is sort of about the stress of like managing everything. Um, Maybe there's a way how you can take some of that stress away if you like ask friends for support or family, just with the stress of like the university and like managing everything. Like if you have, for example, like you had some family members in the hospital as well, right? So you could also like ask them for help with getting the medication or just like with the hospital appointments or whatever. Um, and then just with the studies in general, is there gonna like will you be alone in that course, or will you have classmates in that course? Control over medication will be I will just getting meds. I will not be tested, not judged before giving meds. I hope it makes it understandable. I see. Yeah, I feel like I mean the thing is, right? I think if you ever have the time, actually like the time and energy to be tested or judged and to have the possibility of like getting off those medications, right? Um you can always probably like talk to doctors to get that like sort of judgment and to them to like hear you out again. I think the biggest possibility though is that it's not never going to get to that point where you actually have the energy and time left to invest into like getting off the medication and like doing it without the medication. Why do you want to do it without the medication? By the way, like are there because there's different types of medication they can give you, right? So like if there's like a specific issue you have with the medication you take right now, like that's something they might be able to fix, you know? Like I feel like having some medication, like if your doctors are like you need that, then I definitely like trust their judgment. But maybe there's a medication you're like more on board with because you don't feel like the side effects are affecting you much or are not as annoying as the side effects right now or something. Or is there something else why you rather would do something without the medication than with the medication? Yeah, 4 years into 7 months is definitely some. I completely agree with you, Tainted Wisdom. On one hand, sounds super awesome. On the other hand, seems stressful. Like if I could study psychology within 7 months, I honestly I think I would sign up. But because it's gonna take like years and years and years, I don't. Yeah, I'm not feeling side effects much right now. But last time I stopped meds for a month and drastic mood shift was there. I was depressive as hell. Yeah, okay, like I completely understand what you're saying. The only thing I'm sort of missing now is like it seemed like you had anxiety over this control over the medication, and that you get like you just get medication. Like they don't even see if you like need it or not, but they will just give you more medication. But this now is more like when you stopped, it was shit. So stopping is not really part of the picture, no? Apparently, like from how it seems, like if you're not even like judged or tested or whatever, and they're gonna just give you medication like until your study's like done essentially. It feels like you don't have to worry about like knots or like any side effects from stopping the medication, right? Because that doesn't seem like an option. So how does that like go together? Is that good or or is that like did that like alleviate anxiety now or like what is happening right now? Like is that now better or worse? It's better. I guess I mean now I know more points to keep in mind before making a decision. How do you mean? What type of decisions? What more points to keep in mind? Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. All right, I'm glad. So I feel like we got like meds checked out. The safe space has a plan, like like how to be safe, how to stay safe has a plan. Um, so what anxiety do you feel right now? Probably still that it's just like new and like unknown, or is everything good now? By the way, Kristen Rose, thank you for the follow. I know, super late, but we were so in the talk that I just didn't want to lose my mind map. Hmm. It's pollution over there, my health, I mean physical and mental health both. I need to keep my temper in check. There's still lots of things. Hmm. So what do you usually like what do you think would be good to deal with your anxiety now? Or do you think your anxiety is on a level where it's like
아, 술빵! 아이런 자라! 待てよ、 2週目でそんな。俺親なのにそりゃないだろ。
考えなしにドラちゃん捨てる方が悪い。
トラさんがそれを待ってたのなんか一目瞭然だったろうが。君たちは何のためにドンジャラやるんだ？ドンジャラとは人の顔色を読み、裏を読み、狡猾にかわし騙す高等な遊びのはずじゃないのか。それを待ってるもんをポイと捨てるわ。待ってるパイをじーっと睨むわ。そんなんでよく浮気調査なんかできるな。
あんたな、自分が浮気調査の一つもしてから言えよな。あんたのしてることといえば、真っ昼間からドンジャラするか、昼飯作るか、電話取るか、取らない時もあるだろう。
っていうか、俺たちのいない間に何でもかんでも引き受けるのやめてくれます？何でもありは何でも嫌なんであって、探偵じゃないんですよ。
そうだ！大体何なんだよこの何でもありって名前は。昨日の死体運んでくれとか、なしだろどう考えても。俺は横から断んなきゃどうなってたか。
社名は3人で一晩中話し合って考えたんだろうが。
夜明けってなんか、なしなこともありなような気がしてくる不思議な間が訪れますよね。一晩中話し合ったことが間違いだったんじゃないかと。
それにここ、あんた金持ってんだろ？レストランのまんまじゃねえかよ。入ってくる客の半分はレストランと間違えてるし。
っていうか俺がやってた時客ほとんど来なかったのに、何でもありって看板の店、レストランだと思って入ってくる客のセンスが俺には理解できない。
空張りの応接セットとか入れろ。
結局客はチラシ見て電話してくる連中がほとんどじゃないか。それに俺はこの店に1年通ったんで情が湧いたんだ。改装なんかしたくない。
中川さんの情けってほとんど意味のないところにかかりますよね。
とにかく仕事を選んでくれよ。俺たちにやれるのは家庭の雑用とか、せいぜい犬猫探しだ。あっちに浮気調査なんてできるわけねえだろ。タラッタラタラッタラして浮気相手とトイレで出くわして写真で見た顔なもんだから、どっかで見た顔だっつってこいつこんにちはって挨拶しやがったんだぜ。
いいだろ、バレなかったんだから。お前だっていきなりなんてひでえ男だって依頼人の旦那に掴みかかりそうになって。
夕飯でも作るか。
俺ペペロンチーノ。
はあ、今日はオムレツの約束じゃなかった？
お前何言ってんの？
なんでよ。
ペペロンチーノだ。
昔はもう少し仲のいい兄弟だったのに。今日も子犬が2匹。まあ片方は子犬にしちゃでかいが、中身が子犬だからな。楽しそうにじゃれている。24年間ああやってるらしいが。いつまでああしてる気なんだ、あの二人は。ピアニストの母親に厳しくピアノを仕込まれ、挙句に物にならないと言われてポイと捨てられ、やけを起こして書いたポップスが大ヒット。しかし1年前に俺をクズに貶める才能を耳にしてしまい、ポップス書きの仕事も放り出し、その遠因となった青年の作るまずいイタリア料理を食いに1年間、この場所にあったリストランテ柳瀬に通い詰め、挙句負け犬が3匹集まって何でも屋を始めた。うち2匹はあの転がって喧嘩してる子犬たち、柳瀬敦と森田虎次郎だ。それが短いとも言い難い俺、中川幹彦の人生の要約、おそらくは全て。いつまでも子犬と遊んでていいのか、俺は。母親か、俺は。
ブレーバスター！
ブレイクブレイク。ウェイトに差がありすぎだろう。
時代は K1 なんだよ。
テーブルを片付けろ。いい加減プロレスごっこはやめなさい。
はい。
おお、やったー！ミキちゃんのペペロンチーノだ。
はあ、俺オムレツが良かったのにな。
いただきます。
トラさん、俺をミキちゃんと呼ぶのはいかがなものかといつも。
あ、うめえ。ミキちゃん、お母さんみたいだね。
俺オムレツが良かったな、お母さん。
女が必要だ。この殺伐とした空気、殺伐とした風景。
あんた、女嫌いじゃなかったのかよ。
そうですよ。地球上から一人残らずいなくなるがいいとか言ってたじゃないですか。
俺がお母さんと呼ばれるぐらいなら、地球上の俺以外の人間がみんなお母さんの方がマシだ。
あんたはまあ、どうしてそう、極端から極端へと。
俺が間違っていた。俺は女が欲しい。
そんな身も蓋もないことを。
今すぐここに、どんなんでもいいから女を連れてこい。
お呼びかしら。
お客さん？うわ、美人。
お呼びかしら。
お前じゃない。お前は俺の中で女に手にされない。飯を食うテーブルに座るな。
ああ、細かい。相変わらずせこい男ね。坊や、
はい。
姿形は美しくありながらも、一番弱い人間を瞬時に見分ける肉食動物のようなこの女は一体。
よろしければビールもどうぞ。
お前もまたそんな瞬間的に手下になるなよ。
缶からまあ、いただくわ。ぬるいビール。しけた店ね。
そんな。
何？
いいえ、中川さんのお知り合いなんですか？
お知り合いも何も。
帰ってくれ。俺の半径1キロ以内に近づくな。弁護士を呼ぶぞ。
呼べば？まあ、相変わらずすべすべのほっぺ。やさぐれてるのにあっちこっちガキみたいよね、あんた昔っから。女を連れてこいって言った？今。だいたいあんたはね、そういうとこがダメ人間なのよ。
言われ尽くしたぞ。お前には、俺のダメなとこなんか死のうかと思うぐらいもう言われ尽くしてる。
いいから聞きなさい。
聞かない。
連れてこいって何？あんたはね、物事がすべて運ばれてくるものだと勘違いしてるのよ。恋も仕事も才能も何もかも、さあどうぞと目の前に置かれるものだと思い込んでる大バカなのよ。いい年して。
それ以上何か言ったら、本当に死ぬぞ。
死になさいよ。別に後悔はないわ。大笑いしてあげる。母親にピアノをやらされた。母親にピアノを取り上げられた。頼まれたんでやってやった仕事をどこかの天才に奪われたって。自分は一歩も動かずに文句ばっかり。
俺、死んでもいい？
俺も死んでもいいかな。
クズ。そんなクズでも曲を書いてた頃はそこそこいい仕事をしてたわ。一番になれないからやめる？どんなガキなのよあんた。いくつなのかしら？
自分で自分の作ったものがいいと思えないのに、他人に渡すぐらいなら。
今時ガキだってそんな甘えたこと言わないわ。拳で殴ってもいいわよね。
お前、
やめてください。あんたね、殺さないでください。
あんたみたいなしょんべん臭い赤ん坊にあんた呼ばわりされる覚えはないわ。礼儀を教えて差し上げるわよ、お嬢ちゃん。
話してください。
あんまりうちの社長、いじめないで
ください。
どうした？推しが弱いぞ、トラさん。
俺は動物だから強い生き物には逆らえないんだ。
さてと、お嬢ちゃんと遊びに来たわけじゃないのよ、私。
待ってください。いきなり話と。
お嬢ちゃんはそこに倒れてな。何でもや始めたそうね、中川。
それがどうした？立派な仕事だぞ。
社長は電話番しかしてないけどね。
トラさん。
何でも引き受けるのよね。
恋人の浮気調査でも何でも？
だからそれはやらないって。
自分の女房が女に寝取られてることにもかっさらわれるまでとうとう気づかなかった男が浮気調査？笑わせないでよ。
もしかしてこの人。
中川さんの？
最初の妻です。
二度目の妻を寝取ったという、この世の男の仇みたいな方ですね。
想像通りすぎる。
俺の人生の履歴書にはもう一つ項目があった。普段意図的に忘れているが、忘れられるはずもない。昔音大でのボンボンだった俺は、この女に見事にだまくらかされ、偽装結婚に付き合わされた挙句ポイと捨てられパート2。その上、アイドル歌手だった美しく可愛らしい二度目の妻を、この女にぶんどられたのだ。うまくいってるのか？
まあね、もうラブラブのラブで。だけど、ただ一つだけね。
なんだよ。
彼女はもともとストレートじゃない？男と付き合ったこともあれば、男と結婚してたこともある。できれば彼女と寝た男を一人一人五寸刻みに刻んでやりたいわね。指先からとは言わないわ。
どこから
まさかそれが依頼なんじゃないだろうな。俺たちは殺し屋でも探偵でもないんだ。
ようやく気がついてくれたんですね、中川さん。
あんたみたいな男にそんなことができるなんて思ってないわよ。依頼はそのこととは全く別件。この詩に曲をつけなさい。
曲は作らない。
依頼人の言うことが聞けないの？
なんと言われようと、二度と音楽はやらないんだ、カオル。
ったく。わかった。じゃあ、この詩に合う曲を探しなさい。それが依頼よ。
待てよ、そんなことは。
作品税の半分を渡すわ。私がその曲を気に入ればの話だけどね。
ずいぶん偉くなったもんだな、お前も。
新人が土下座して詩を書いてくださいってお願いに来る身分よ。でも、この詩は別。恋人に歌わせるために、彼女をイメージして作ったの。
それを中川さんに曲を作れってあんた、いやあなた様は一体何様なのでございますか？ひどすぎます。
私は水島薫様よ。覚えておきなさいな、お嬢ちゃん。
やらないぞ。俺たちはそんなミキちゃんがかわいそうな仕事を引き受けないぞ。
力の入った企画なの。条件は揃ってる。当たればあんたたちにも1000万ぐらいは入るわよ。
1000万？
待つんだ、トラさん。
顔周りの応接セット、最新通信機器。
事務所ごと改装すれば？レストランそのまんまのこれが事務所。あんたたち、こんなおままごと一生やってるつもりなの？笑わせないでよ。いい？あんたにしかできない仕事なんか確かにないわ。
この上何を言うつもりだ、この。お姉様は。
そういう人間の方が圧倒的に多いのよ、本当は。仕事だって恋愛だって、かけがえがないなんてことはほとんどないのよ。あんたがいなくなればあんたの代わりに誰かが曲を書く。ここにあんたがいなくなれば、この子たちはどこか別の場所で別の誰かと働く。恋人と別れれば、恋人は違う男と付き合うでしょ。だからなんだって言うの？みんなあんたのために生まれてきたわけじゃないし、あんただって誰かのためだけに生まれてきたわけじゃない。そんでも生きてかなきゃならないのよ。それを受け入れなさい。もう大人のはずよ。これマイキン。次の金曜には取りに来るわ。今は何でもありの何でも屋だって言うなら、せめてその仕事を全うしな。
待ってください。あなたは、確かに正しいことしか言ってないけど、でも、
弱虫さんの気持ちをちったら考えろ。できないこの気持ちを思いやれ。
今のが一番効いたぞ、トラさん。
そうやって一生いられると思うならそうしてなさい。負け犬どもが。
ってたんだけど、なんでここ最近韓国歌謡曲しか流れねえの？しかもなんかこのド演歌みてえな。
テレビは危険だから捨てただろ。予約の取れないリストランテだの、プロ野球だの、高校野球だの、ジャパニーズヒットチャートだのが流れて、俺たちを苦しめるじゃないか。
だからって、なんでこういう選択なの？
最近ラジオ入れると海の向こうの電波が入って、でもド演歌だから誰も傷つかないかなと思ってさ。
なんかすげえ負け犬っぷりが板についてきたな、俺たちも。
何もかも薫のせいだ。
離婚して正解ですよ。
つかあんた、そもそもなんであんなどぎつい女と結婚しようと思ったんだよ。
美人だっただろうが。
あんたちょっと頭悪いよな。
野郎に惚れてるトラさんに言われたくないぞ俺は。
でも俺はまだあんたよりは人間を見る目があるぞ。
そこで指さされると俺も微妙な気持ちになってくるんだけど、まあ嫌なことは忘れて、忘れたくてもここに札束が。
どうすんだよこれ。100万円はあるぞ。
高橋良一という男がいる。そいつに頼むといい。それでこの仕事は解決だ。1000万でも2000万でももらえるならもらうといい。
どこのどなた様ですか？
作曲家か？聞いたような聞いたことないような。ネットで検索したら1万件ぐらいヒットしそうな平凡な名前だな。
そこそこしか売れてないが一応名のある作曲家だ。俺に頼まれたと言え。貸しがある。
どんな？
飲んで吐いて喉に詰まらせて死にかけてるところを助けてやった。
あんたがそんなこと
ゲロまみれですがってきたから蹴ったんだ。そしたら喉に詰まってたもんが出た。俺は命の恩人だ。
あんたも大概な人間だよな。
こっちも味方しようという意欲が失われます。中川さんさ、どっからこの名刺引っ張り出したのか知らないけど、本当にこんなとこにヒットチャートの上位にいるような作曲家が住んでると思うか？北千住も近いもんあるけど、じいさんとばあさんしかいないよこの辺。
さっき外国人がいっぱいいただろうが。
はとバスから降りてきたのと、どう見てもマフィア風のと、俺人気映画の撮影してるのかと思ったよ。浅草ってたまに来ると意外にビビるね。
俺は好きだけどね。表通りは結構マンションも多いけど、こうやって裏入ると時が止まってるにも程が。
こういう環境で書けるもんなの？ジャパニーズポップスって。黄ばんでるしこの名刺。中川さんが昔の仕事の人の名刺持ってたこと自体がなんか不思議だ。
また水島薫様みたいな生き物が出てくんのかな。全身イタリアブランドみたいな、どう見ても一般人じゃないみたいな。あれが元奥さんとはな。しかしあんなに鳥目でしたミキちゃん初めて見たな。いつもこう何もやってもクソつまんねえみたいな顔してからに。
中川さんらしくなかったな。当たり前だよ。あんまりじゃないかあの言い草。人間ってさ、もっとこういろんなことをごまかしながら慰め合って生きてるもんじゃないのかって、なんか言ってて情けなくなってきた。
そうだよな。
どうしたんだよ虎次郎。
最近ちょっと考えててな。ああいうこと。
ああいうこと？
それでも生きてかなきゃならないのよって言ったじゃん、あのおばさん。いやいや、お姉さんは
聞いてないって。
どこに盗聴器つけられてるか分かったもんじゃねえぞ。
そんで、その美しいお姉様の言ったことがどうしたんだよ。
親父とかさ、うちの すっげえ愚痴の多い人間なのよ。酒屋になんて生まれて大学も行かせてもらえないで、もっといろんな人生があったんじゃねえかって思いながら、結局何にもできなかったってさ。酒飲むと時々始まるわけ。うんざりすっけど、それでも生きてんだよ
な。なんてこと言うんだよ、お前。
そうじゃなくってさ、そんでもちゃんと働いてガキこさえて毎日ちゃんと生きてるわけ。そこそこ女房子供大事にして生きてるわけよ。汗水垂らしてな。俺生きてっかな。
虎次郎？
嘘ってさ、積もってっていつか全部を嘘にしちまう気がする。
なんかあったのか？
なんもねえから。まあ、いっか。今はそんな話。この辺じゃねえか？台東区、西浅草。くっさちいな、浅草。もう飽きたっつうのによ。
なんでだろうな。飲食店が多いからかもな。この辺だと思うけど、まさか、これ？
うちの酒屋もいい勝負だけど、この家。
クーラーないのかな？窓もドアもぶち抜いて、玄関先に反対が見えるんだけど。
あんたら、高橋さんの知り合い？今度夜中にピアノ弾いたら叩き殺すぞっつっとけ。
この家のどこに
ピアノがあると？まあ、ここには間違いないってことだよな。呼び鈴もねえし。高橋さん！高橋良一さん！
なんだ、借金取りか。借金取りなら走って逃げるぞ。
借金あんのか、あんた。
さあ、今はあるんだかないんだか。
高橋良一さんですか？今、外から来ましたよね。その格好。
ハンサムだな。
言われてみれば端正な。お前、細かいこと気にならないんだな、虎次郎。武将髭も、捨ててこで外から帰ってきたことも。
風通しがいいんだ、これ。用がないなら入らせてもらう。
その上、どうやら家人もいないのに、窓も戸も開けっぱなし。一体、この人は。
俺たち、何でも屋、何でもありのものっす。作曲の依頼に来たんですが。
今はダメ。ここんとこ美しいものとの出会いが足りない。やらないったらやらない。帰れ。
つうか、あんた自身が何とかしたらどうだ、その格好。せっかく色男なのに。
色男とは随分古い言い方するね、若いのに。気に入った。中で飲んでけ。
うまくコミュニケーションできない。虎次郎、待って。もう飲んでる場合か。
でもあんた酒弱いんだよな、高橋さん。
いかにもそうだが酒は好きだ。誰から聞いた？
だから最初からそこを問題にしてください、高橋良一さん。僕たちは中川さんのご紹介であなたに作曲の依頼をしに来たものです。
中川幹彦。
よかった、覚えてらっしゃるんですね。
覚えてるも何も。いるのか、中川はこの地球上に。生きてるのか。
何を言ってんだよ、この色男はもう。
連れて行け、中川のところに。
暑いから首にしがみつかないでください。俺もう嫌だ。もうこの人たち。
うまいことラジオが入らん。なんだ、懐かしいな。卒業公演で弾いた曲だ。癖のある弾き手だな。悪くはないな。 さか高橋良一か。
いやー、参った参った。
こんな運転が下手な人初めて見た。あんた、俺たちのこと殺す気か。
本当だ。中川幹彦、生きていたのか。
誰が連れてこいと言った。
会いたかったよ、中川。
来るな。でかい図体で抱きつくな。
一体どういったご関係で？
離せ、離さないか。俺はあんたにだけは会いたくなかったんだ。そもそもあんたさえいなければ俺は仕事を辞めたりなんか。
もしかして中川さんが言ってたこれ以外がみんなクズのこれって。
そうだよ。こんななりだがこいつはとんでもなく美しい曲を作る。だから俺は
なんて人を連れてきちゃったんだ俺。帰ってください高橋さん、帰ってください。
どうして俺の目の前からいなくなった？
いや、それは音楽業界からということか。
なぜ消えた？
なぜって、どうして中川さんが音楽に限界を感じたか考えたらそんな無神経なこと言えないはずです。
これでも呆れる無神経の報酬だ。分かってるさ。ちゃんと分かってるよ中川。分かってるからずっとお前を探していたんじゃないか。
分かっててよくあんたが俺を探せるな。
あれ？違うのかな？酒によって俺と一夜を共にしてしまったのが罰が悪くて業界から姿を消したんだろ？いやー、悪い悪い。俺は酒癖が悪くて。よくあることなんだが、お前のことは忘れないよ。だから迎えに来たんだ。
バカなことを言うな。
だって俺が新しいパンツで迫っても全然その気になれないって。
何やってんだよ、朝起きたらすっぱだかで。なあ、すまなかったよ。実は全然覚えていないんだが。俺は無体な真似はしなかったかな、ハニー。
待ってくれ。水をくれ、トラさん。俺は
落ち着けて。そんな時は早口言葉だ。言えて
ないよもう。東京都特許許可局、農商無償特許局、日本銀行国許局。
そうだな。ウリウリがウリウリに来てウリウリの腰、ウリウリ帰るウリウリの声。よし、落ち着いて話そう。あれは違う。いいか思い出せ。飲んであんたが吐いたんだ。それで俺もあんたもひどいことになって。確かに俺の部屋で風呂に入った。こっちもいい加減疲れ果ててそのまま倒れ込むみたいに寝ちまったんだ。まさかそれをあんたがそういう風に誤解してるとは。
恥ずかしがることはない。今時珍しくもない話だ。お前の二人の妻だって。
それはそうだが。なんで知ってる？
俺はそういうことには疎いがあまりに有名な話だろ。中川幹彦の最初の妻と二度目の妻ができてしまったと。みんなあまりに気の毒なんてお前には言わずにいたのかな。
なぜあんたは気の毒だと思わなかったんだ。今、たった今。
あ、そうだな。すまん。どうもその俺はあまりこういう話に向いてない。まあいいじゃないか。本当のことだ。
本当のことなら何を言ってもいいと？
世界中が俺が女に女を取られたことというより、薫がゲイだとみんなが知ってるんならなんで偽装結婚なんか。
確定申告のためだろ。確かそう聞いたが。
そこまで知ってるのか。誰も彼もが。
なんかよくわかんないけど、音楽業界ってこんな人ばっかりなのか？めきちゃんの元妻もあるし。
虎次郎、それは多分 音楽やってる他の皆様に失礼なんだと思うよ。この人たちはウルトラ社会不適合者だ。どう考えても。
よかったな、俺たち。特に芸術には向いてなくても。
思いやりという大切な心を忘れずに持って生まれてきたよ。お父さんお母さん、ありがとう。
そういうわけだ。何も恥じることはない。
俺は男として、人として少しは恥じていたい。
まあまあ、俺と行こう。人よの恋人よ。本当に忘れられなかったんだよ。
今少しも覚えてないと言っただろう、あんた。
まあ、そうなんだが。泣いていた。俺のこの腕の間で、気丈そうな目をしたお前が身を震わせて泣いていた。忘れられなかった。それだけ。どうしても。
夢だ、そんなの。誰が泣くかいい年こいて。
泣いていたよ。
帰ってくれ。帰れ。あんたの顔だけは見たくない。
悲しませたいわけじゃない。今日は帰ろう。また来る。
二度と来るな。
何度でも来るさ。よかった。まだ地球にいてくれて。
曲を書く以外は何一つできない男だ。
誰がいくら積まれて、あの人に免許をやったんだ。
それより、中川さん、薫さんの依頼はどうするんですか？
そうだよ。二度と来るなとか言っちゃって。
君らがあいつのとこ行って書いてもらってこい。俺は本当に。
そう。
あんな勢いで飲んじゃって。実際、どうなんだ？ミキちゃんとあの色男との仲は。
微妙にショックだ。
そういえばお前、新しいパンツで迫ったってどういうことだよ。
いや、だからそれは、金借りた時にパンツで返せたら安く上がるかと。
お前さ、結構さ、そういう、なんつうの？モラルとかいうもんがさ。
おかしな趣味の変質者に追い回されて泣いた時に、男の低層なんか使用後の便所髪以下だから気にするなって、兄貴に殴られたんだ。
どういう教育だよ。
でも中川さんは全くその気はないって、その時に。
そりゃあな、あんな大雑把な色男が好みじゃ、お前みたいなチェンチクリンお呼びじゃねえな。
はあ、お前ひどいよ、そんな。
なんでお前好みの方が良かったっていうのかよ。
君たち、もう一度俺に同じ説明をさせたいのか？
言い訳だろ。
酔っ払ってあの男と同居しただけでも人生最大の汚点なんだ。それを最大の汚点はどう考えても女に女を取られたことなんじゃ。
そうだよな。あんたさ、いっぺんちゃんとお祓いとかしてもらった方がいいぞ。けどよ、
俺は今日はもう帰る。
女も嫌い、男も嫌いで、どうすんだよ、こっから先の人生。
ほっとけ。一人で生きていくさ。
あやや、どこでちか？子猫のあややちゃん？にゃにゃー。いて、毛が顔に。
あややちゃーん！おーい！ったく、動物の名前はいなくなった時に叫びながら探せるかどうか考えてつけろ。
軽くおかしい人だと思われて世間は遠巻き。猫はいないし。俺たちさ、今まで依頼受けて何件ちゃんとこなせたかな。
そうだな。風呂の掃除はなんか洗剤2つ使って死にそうになるし、
浮気調査は今のとこ10割成立してないし。
じいちゃんの話し相手とかばあちゃんの買い物とかはやれてるけどな。
でもあれも地元の顔見知りのじいちゃんばあちゃんだと思うと最後金もらう気になれないし、なんかこう根本が間違ってる気がしてきた。人として仕事としてほとんど人の役に立ってない。
ミキちゃんの暇つぶしに役立ってんだろ。 あややどこ
そういうこと言うなよ。役に立った時は嬉しいもんだし。
じゃあ役に立ってんじゃん。あややくそ。あの人さ、本当にもう音楽なんか触りたくもないのかな。
そう言ってただろ。
すげえ無理してんじゃねえのかな。
虎次郎はどうしてそう思うんだ？最近お前変だな。
何？俺が変？なんで？
なんでってそりゃ。あれ？うわ、もしかしてあややちゃん、顔舐めないで。
写真見た時から怪しいとは思ってたけど、犬だよな、どう見てもこれ。
あ、中川さんが受けたんだ、仕事。
ダメだなこりゃ。
まあ、あやや飼い主に渡したら行こう。高橋さんとこ。中川さんが来なければ依頼の内容も聞かないと言ってます。
行かない。
だかっこじゃねえんだからよ、社長。あの男が家賃より高い屋根付き駐車場に置いてる会社で来るっていうのを死ぬ気で止めたんだぞ。いい加減あんたもなんか働けよ。伝言を読むぞ。でっかい声で読んでやる。我が愛しの連れなき恋人よ、今頃君は何を見て何を思っていることだろう。少しは僕のことも思い出してくれてるかな。僕は一日中君の
やめろ、殺すぞ。わかった。もうちゃっちゃと言ってパッと片付けてくるさ。
たく、すっかりペース崩されちゃって。
そんなことはない。
いいことだよ。
何がだ、ふざけるな。
一人で生きてくなんて無理だよ、人には。
お前結構いいこと言うね。
普通のことだろうが。
でも難しい人もいるよ。だけどこういう曖昧な状況に高橋さんみたいな吹っ切れた人が現れると事態は複雑化を極めるね。
そうか？簡単な話だと思うけどね。
そりゃお前にはさ。
俺は好きだよ、あの色男。わかりやすくて。愛だろ、愛。中川さんやお前は微妙に目をそらしてるよな。
何が？
世界は愛で回ってるのさ。
お前は。
しっかりしろ、アスシ。
だから何が？
最近おかしいのはお前の方だよ。
なんだこの全部開けっぱなしの家は。ああ、中川来たぞ。あんたの言う通り俺が来た。金は払うからさっさと仕事しろ。
家が古くてクーラーがつかないんだそうだ。壁が落ちるんでね。まあ座れ。
聞いてんのか、あんたは人の話を。
座れや。
たく。なんだよこの家は。ピアノを置いた床が抜けないのか？
昔の家の方が丈夫なんだそうだ。うるさいとよく怒られるがね。
金がないわけじゃないだろう。
車に金がかかる。
走ったり走らなかったりするクーパーのことか？
かわいい女だ。
なるほど。車も人もあんたにとっては一緒だってことだ。
そして音楽も。愛すべきものはみんな恋人だ。お、飲めよ。
ああまで弱いのになぜ飲む？
好きだからだ。
あんたは飲むな。俺はもうあんな目に遭うのは二度とごめんだ。
ベッドで優しい男はそんなに勝手じゃないと、この間見た映画で言ってたぞ。俺は勝手な男じゃないから優しいはずだ。
頼むからまっすぐ話を受け取ってくれ。 それに言っとくけど、あんたは十分すぎるほど勝手な男だ。
じゃあ優しくなかったと？
あんだけ泥酔して役に立つわけがないだろう。酔いつぶれていただけだ、お互い。
おかしいな。じゃあなぜ泣いた？
それはあんたの夢だ。
いや俺は夢は見ないんだ。起きてる間中見てるんでね。
そうだろうよ。
じゃあ現実だな。
もうこの話はやめろ。
まともにお前に会ったのはあの時が初めてだったが、前から気になっていたんだ。中川幹彦というやつが。
俺は一回でもあんたと飲んでみようって気になった自分を今でも心から後悔してるよ。
なんでやめた？お前の作る曲は割と心に残るものが多かった。
割とね。
いつも悲しそうで音楽がかわいそうだった。
悪かったな。
気にかかるというのは大事なことだ。心に残ったんで再会の記念に一曲作ったんだよ。捧げよう。
やめろバカ。捧げてくれなくて結構。俺はあんたの音楽なんか二度と聴きたくないし、あんたにだって二度と会いたくなかった。
二度と会いたくないならなぜ俺に曲を？
仕事だ。いい加減なやつに書かせるわけにはいかないし、いい加減なもんじゃ依頼人が金を落とさない。
まあせっかく来てもらったことだし、見るだけ見ようか。
これだ。
依頼人は水島薫か。歌うのは相原エリカだな。
そうだよ。
悪いが書けない。
もう少し考えてもいいだろうが。
エリカの歌は美しくない。
あんたは何様のつもりだ。
俺は何様でもない。ただ俺にとって彼女が美しくないだけだ。誰かエリカの歌を美しいと思える人間が書けばいい。
誰もがそんな風に仕事を選べると思うのか。
別に俺にだってそんな権利はない。
なら
俺は自分が信じないことは何もしない。それを罵る人間がいるのもそいつの自由だ。だが罵るのはお前も本当は信じないことをするのを良しとしたくないからじゃないのか？
うるさい。ずっとあんたなんかプロじゃないと思ってた。依頼主の言い分は聞かない。やりたくない仕事は引き受けない。時には食うや食わずのカツカツで。
プロかアマかは知らんが、俺はやれることしかやらないだけだ。
そんなもんはお前だ。だけどあんたにだけはそれが許されるんだよ。あんたのことはいつか誰かが許すんだ。それはあんたが持たされた人間だからだ。
何を？
言わせるのか俺に。
俺は自分が美しいと思うものしか信じないだけだ。
ああ、そうさ。あんたは芸術家様だからな。そんなことも許されるさ。
お前もそうだと思ったがな。違うのか？結局自分が美しいと思うものしか、心を震わせる音しか信じない。だからやめちまったんだろうとは思ったんだ。
大概ひどいことをよくもそんなあっさりと。他人が俺を嫌う気持ちが今ようやく分かったよ。俺は
ガチャガチャとそうじゃないものに触るのをやめたと思ったんだ。この曲はお前が書けばいい。
俺にはあんたが美しくないというその歌が似合いだってことか。
ちゃんと読んだか？あんたの曲でしか浮かばない。エリカの歌じゃない方がいいがな。まあ薫が愛だけで書いてるようだからエリカでもいいだろう。
俺は二度と音楽に近づく気はない。あんたが書け。頼んだぞ。
中川会えて嬉しかったよ。
それポン。はい、上がり。
はい、ダメ。
何がだ。
ドンジャラーって言わなかっただろ。
言えるか、いい大人が。だから俺は電動式のジャンタクを買おうと言ったんだ。それ
ダメです。何でもやとしてほとんどまともに収益を上げてないのに。
君は固い。だいたいこれはどこにあったんだ。
これずっとうちにあったんです。 一応親子3人の団らんのためのものだったんですが、ハンちゃんもやると必ず父さんと兄貴がつかみ合いになって。
正月からパトカー飛んでったっけな。殺すの殺されるのって。
年中行事だったんだけどね。
羨ましいね。
何がですか？
俺はお袋に殺すなんて言えやしなかった。おかげさまで今はすっかり他人だ。殺してやるぐらい言えた方がいい。
兄貴と父さんだって最後は疎遠でしたよ。
でも他人じゃなかったようじゃないか。
それはそうかもしれませんね。
高橋か。俺はいないと。
やあ、人よの恋人よ、会いに来たよ。
その名前で俺を呼ぶな。
あんた、仕事を引き受けてくれる気になったのかな？
いや、その曲は中川が書くんだよ。
俺は書かないったら書かない。
子供のようなこと言って。なら音を探しに行こう。
なんかだんだんミュージカルじみてきたな。
探しに行って。
俺の車で。
冗談じゃない。離せ。あんたの車なんか死んでも。いや、死ぬだろう。離せ、人殺し。
意外に重いな。さあ、ドライブだ。
殺される。助けろ。
すまん、みきちゃん。
あの車に近づけるほど俺たちも人生に未練がなくはないわけで。
化けて出るぞ。
安心しろ。あの車は車検も通らないのに俺が愛してやまない美女だ。大事にしてるんだよ。
だからそれが。
まさか化けて出るぞが最後の言葉にはならないよな。
生きて帰ってきますように。
ま、いい傾向、いい傾向。ミキちゃんにはああいうハンマーで端からぶっ壊してくれるようなもんが必要だったんだと思うんだよね、俺は。
そうかもしれないけど。
なんだよ。なんか不満なのか？
そんなことないよ。
ま、ビールでも飲んで。
もういい加減慣れたけど真っ昼間だぞ。
どうした？マジで。
兄貴と父さんのこととか思い出してさ。あの人たちもエキセントリックだったけど、そうやって殺すの殺さないのって言いながら、俺これまだお前には話せてなかったんだけど。
なんだよ。無理して今話さなくてもいいぞ。なんだかわかんないけど、すっきりすんなら聞くけどさ。
父さん、最後に上ごとで兄貴を探したんだ。店を継いでほしいって。兄貴だけを探してさ。まだ教えてないことがたくさんあるって。兄貴はずっと親父殺すって言ってたのに、失意にすがってまだ教えてもらってないことがたくさんあるって。二人して同じこと言って泣いて。
そっか。
俺のせいだって思ったけど。
そんなことはないだろ
う。まあそうも思うんだけど、あの人たちも大概勝手だったから。でも少しぐらいは俺本当はここに必要のない人間なのかなって。やっぱさ、
アッシー、
思うくらいしょうがないだろ。ちょっとだよ、ちょっと。でも俺案外今のこの仕事を向いてると思うんだ。一生懸命タイルとか磨いて綺麗になって、犬とか猫とか探して、見つかんないと辛いけど、じいちゃんやばあちゃんの用を足して、そんでありがとうって言われて。俺なんかこういうことで満足なんだ、本当に。小さい人間かな。こういう俺も世の中には必要だよなとか、そう思うのってごまかしなのかな。
バ
カ。なんだよバカって。
今ミュージカル見たから、 自分が平凡な人間に思えてるんだろうけどおかしいのはあっちの方だぞ、どう考えても。
それもそうだな。
だろ？普通の人間でありがとうってお父さんとお母さんに感謝だ。
確かに。ありがとう、お父さんお母さん。
なむー。
お前んとこ両方生きてんだろ？
あ、
俺はまともに生きてないが死にたいわけじゃない。下ろせ、
回りくどい。
死にたくない。
なら生きる喜びの歌を歌え。
どういう性格なんだよ、あんたは。止まった。帰る。ここはどこだ？
さあ、カーナビもつかないような車でどこかな。綺麗な山だ。
山だ？どこまで来たんだよ、一体。しかもこんな車一台通らないようなとこでエンストなんて。
怒ってばかりだな、お前は。
あんたといると調子が狂う。
俺もだよ。そういう人間と出会うのはめったにあることじゃない。機会を大事にした方がいいな。
俺は一人で生きていくんだ。
まったく。まあ聞けよ。最高の音楽だ。
音大の教授が自然と芸術を混同するなと言っていた。
ジジイの寝言だ。理屈じゃない。美しいものは美しいだろう。
俺はそういう風には考えられない人間だ。美しいものを美しいとは言えない。
愛しているものを愛していると。
あんたのことはちっとも愛してない。
音楽だよ。かわいそうなお前の音楽。俺の心を描いた癒えない傷のようにいつまでもうずく。
勝手に詩人にでもなってる。
どこかに閉じ込められている。愛するという気持ちが出してほしいと泣いているな。
俺はもう何も作らないし、何も誰も愛さない。
明日も明後日も10年後も20年後もか。
長生きもしない。
小さな子供のようなことを言って本当にまるで幼子だ。呆れる。お前は100年生きるだろう。
なんだよそれは。
呪いだよ。100年生きると考えてみるがいい。100年も一人で誰とも何も分け合わずに。
かわもんか。
誰もが受け入れられて生きていくわけじゃない。
あんたがそれを言うのかよ。
与えられないものも許されないものも認められることのないまま名もなく死ぬものも。息はする。人に会う。何かに泣いて誰かを愛する。普通のことをしなさい。
普通のこと。
なんか重要なこと忘れてるような気がするな。
そもそも俺たちの生活に何か重要なことが。ねえ中川さん。
ああ、そうだな。
もうここんとこずっとその調子なんだから。
依頼もないし営業もしねえでドンジャラやってていいのかな。あ、やっぱカレンダーに丸ついてる。俺ちょっとチラシ配ってくるわ。
なんだよ急に。俺も行く。チラシ配る。一緒に。
なんな
なかった。
今日が刻限。約束の金曜日よ。
今日？君たち、ひどいじゃないか。俺だけ捨てて。
行かせやしないわよ。
襟首後ろから掴まれたら死にます。それも両手で一人ずつ。どうやったらそんな力って。
これはほんの挨拶代わり。
どんな挨拶だよ。だいたいお前は昔から暴力で物事を。
男に話し合って理解する回路がついてるなら、私もこんな真似はしないわ。
ついてないのはどう考えてもお前だろう。
私は、もう男と話し合うなんてことに人生の大切な時間を無駄に費やしたくないの。できてなければ、あんたはあんなもんじゃ済まないわよ。あいつらは子供だと思って手加減してやったけどね。
手加減？今まで一体何人の人を殺めてらしたんですか、カオル様。ガク、
殺されるのは嫌だ。
できてないのね。あんたも元同業者なら、こういうもんには期限刻限締め切りってもんがあるのは分かってるわよね。発売が遅れるとどういうことになるか。その損害賠償たっぷり払ってもらうわよ。
ニコニコルビーロンかお前は。まあ待て。高橋良一に頼んでるんだ。気まぐれ起こせば書いてくれる。
あんたね、依頼と言いつつ、あんたを生き馬の目を抜くようなジャパニーズポップス業界に復帰させてやろうっていう、この秘めた思いやりがわかんないの？
言ったら秘め事にも何もならんだろうが。俺は書かないよ。気遣いはありがたいが、もう書かない。
たく。
今のうちに厨房に退避だ。
おい、生きてるか？ライアン二等兵は。
何言ってんだ、バカクソ。最前線から連れて逃げてやるからな。待ってろ。
あいつら、俺だけ置いて。
詩は見た？
見たよ。
高橋はなんて？
それは、社外費だ。
言えないようなこと言ったのね。
お前のことは何も言ってない。
じゃあ、エリカのこと？
それは。
だいたい想像はつくわ。言ってみて。
俺にはとても。
分かってるからいいのよ、言って。
エリカの歌は、美しくないから書けないと。
あいつ、5損刻みで刻んでくれるわ。
お前話が全然違うだろう。
だって私の可愛いエリカをよ
く。昔は俺の可愛いエリカだったが、そこまでの愛情はなかった。お前と一緒になってあいつも幸せだろう。
それがそうでもないのよ。うまくいってないの。
待て。最初の妻と二度目の元妻の不仲の相談を聞くほど、俺は度量の広い男じゃないぞ。
なんでも嫌でしょ？別料金払うから聞きなさいよ。
札束で頬を叩かれてこんな話を。生まれたての赤ん坊の時は、親も俺がここまで落ちぶれるとは思わなかっただろうに。俺を産んだあの鬼ババアを、初めて哀れに思えた。ありがとう、カオル。
何わけわかんないことブツブツ言ってんのよ。聞いて。彼女、私の愛を疑い始めたの。
浮気でもしたのか。
あんたじゃないんだからそんな真似はしないわよ。そうじゃなくて、つまり、気づき始めたのよ、エリカ。
ああ。
珍しく察しがいいわね。
エリカとは近いものがあるからな、俺は。お前が彼女の歌を少しも尊敬してないってことだろ。エリカが気づいたのは。
そうよ。言葉にされるとちょっと参るわね。私は高橋と一緒よ。嘘はどうしてもつけないの。
エリカは傷つくさ。
私仕事はどんな人間のクズとでも人殺しとでもできるわ。 いい仕事さえしてくれればね。でも恋は彼女としかできない。
それがどれだけエリカを傷つけるのかわからないわけじゃないだろうに。
それでもあなたの歌が美しいと嘘をつくことができないの。
この歌は渡さない方がいい。
どうして？
余計に傷つけるだろう。
私の精一杯の愛よ。
精一杯だとわかるから辛い。
どうして理解してくれないのかしら。私には2つの愛があって、一方は彼女を愛し、一方では音楽を愛してる。どうしてその2つが同じでなくてはならないの？
俺にまともな助言を期待するなよ。いっそ全く違う仕事の人間にしたらどうだ。才能のある人間に才能がないと言われながら一緒にいるのはエリカが辛い。
言ってないわ、そんなこと。
一緒にいればわかる。
歌手だから彼女を愛したわけじゃないわ。でもそうね、いっそ病院の看護婦や学校の教師でいてくれたら。
耐えられないのは彼女の弱さだ。誰だって自分が最高だって信じて生きてるわけじゃない。思い知る機会が与えられれば逃げ出したくなる。
そしてあんたは逃げ出したってわけね。
その通りだ。
一生は逃げられないのよ。
俺は一時期自分の仕事を蔑んでた。その罰が当たって向こうからそっぽを向かれたんだよ。もう戻れない。
あんたのことも私は好きだったわ。もちろん恋人としてじゃなかったけど、苦しんでるのは知ってた。いつかこんなことになるとは思ってた。その時手を貸せたらって思ってたけど、無理ね。あんたは小さな女の子みたいに王子様を待ってる。
王子様？何をバカなことを。
女が王子様を待ってるってよく言うでしょ。最近の女は待たないのよ。待ってるのはあんたみたいな人間。王子様っていうのは理不尽だ、不遇だと不満だらけの何もしない場所から幸福へと連れて行ってくれるもので、でも女たちはもう王子様は本当は幸福に連れてってくれるもんじゃないってこと知ってるの。だから自分で行きなさい。
待てよ。ならどうしてこれを置いていくんだ。
あんたが何と言おうと、それなりの努力をしてあんたは生きてきたのよ。だからその証に手を貸す人間がいるってこと。エリカのことも私は決して見放さないわ。次の金曜にまた来る。
誰がお前の手なんか。王子様か。バカなこと言いやがって。そんなものがいればいっそ。
出て行くに出て行けない。
お姉様、武器を使わずに人を殺すよね。
俺は言葉が肺を突き刺して死にそうなんだけど。
お前は十分頑張ったってば。
お前はさ、思ってないことも言える人間なんだよな。
何言ってんだよ。俺は本当に。
俺十分なんて頑張ってねえよ。けどお前のそういうとこ優しさだってちゃんと分かってっから。優しさも人それぞれだ。
分かってないよ、何にも。
せめてどこの誰かは知らないが、エリカが幸せであることを祈る。エリカってもしかして灰原エリカちゃんか？
何興奮してんだお前は。もう ほんとバカすぎだ。
なんか重要なこと忘れてるような気がするな。
そもそも俺たちの生活に何か重要なことが。ねえ、中川さん？
ああ、そうだな。
もうここんとこずっとその調子なんだから。
依頼もないし、営業もしねえでドンジャラやってていいのかな。あ、やっぱカレンダーに丸ついてる。俺、ちょっとチラシ配ってくるわ。
なんだよ、急に。俺も行く。チラシ配る、一緒に。
なんなんだ君たちは急に。
マミ、
合わなかった。
今日が国元。約束の金曜日よ。
君たち、ひどいじゃないか。俺だけ捨てて。
行かせやしないわよ。
襟首後ろから掴まれたら死にます。それも両手で一人ずつ。どうやったらそんな力で。
これはほんの挨拶代わり。
どんな挨拶だよ。だいたいお前は昔から暴力で物事を。
男に話し合って理解する回路がついてるなら、私もこんな真似はしないわ。
ついてないのはどう考えてもお前だろう。
私は、もう男と話し合うなんてことに人生の大切な時間を無駄に費やしたくないの。できてなければ、あんたはあんなもんじゃ済まないわよ。あいつらは子供だと思って手加減してやったけどね。
手加減？
今まで一体何人の人を殺めてらしたんですか、カオル様。
ガク、殺されるのは嫌だ。
できてないのね。あんたも元同業者なら、こういうもんには期限刻限締め切りってもんがあるのは分かってるわよね。発売が遅れるとどういうことになるか。その損害賠償たっぷり払ってもらうわよ。
ニコニコルビーロンかお前は。まあ待て。高橋良一に頼んでるんだ。気まぐれ起こせば書いてくれる。
あんたね、依頼と言いつつ、あんたを生き馬の目を抜くようなジャパニーズポップス業界に復帰させてやろうっていう、この秘めた思いやりがわかんないの？
言ったら姫事にも何もならんだろうが。俺は書かないよ。気遣いはありがたいが、もう書かない。
たく。
今のうちに厨房に退避だ。あっし、おいあっし、生きてるか？
ライアン二等兵は。
何言ってんだバカクソ。最前線から連れて逃げてやるからな。待ってろ。
あいつら、俺だけ置いて。
詩は見た？
見たよ。
高橋はなんて？
それは社外費だ。
言えないようなこと言ったのね。
お前のことは何も言ってない。
じゃあエリカのこと？
それは
だいたい想像はつくわ。言ってみて。
俺にはとても。
分かってるからいいのよ、言って。
エリカの歌は美しくないから書けないと。
あいつ5損刻みで刻んでくれるわ。
お前話が全然違うだろう。
だって私の可愛いエリカをよく。
昔は俺の可愛いエリカだったが、そこまでの愛情はなかった。お前と一緒になってあいつも幸せだろう。
それがそうでもないのよ。うまくいってないの。
待て。最初の妻と二度目の元妻の不仲の相談を聞くほど、俺は度量の広い男じゃないぞ。
なんでも嫌でしょ？別料金払うから聞きなさいよ。
札束で頬を叩かれてこんな話を。生まれたての赤ん坊の時は、親も俺がここまで落ちぶれるとは思わなかっただろうに。俺を産んだあの鬼ババアを初めて哀れに思えた。ありがとう、カオル。
何わけわかんないことブツブツ言ってんのよ。聞いて。彼女、私の愛を疑い始めたの。
浮気でもしたのか。
あんたじゃないんだからそんな真似はしないわよ。そうじゃなくて、つまり、気づき始めたのよ、エリカ。
ああ。
珍しく察しがいいわね。
エリカとは近いものがあるからな、俺は。お前が彼女の歌を少しも尊敬してないってことだろ。エリカが気づいたのは。
そうよ。言葉にされるとちょっと参るわね。私は高橋と一緒よ。嘘はどうしてもつけないの。
エリカは傷つくさ。
私仕事はどんな人間のクズとでも人殺しとでもできるわ。いい仕事さえしてくれればね。でも恋は彼女としかできない。
それがどれだけエリカを傷つけるのかわからないわけじゃないだろうに。
それでもあなたの歌が美しいと嘘をつくことができないの。
この歌は渡さない方がいい。
どうして？
余計に傷つけるだろう。
私の精一杯の愛よ。
精一杯だとわかるから辛い。
どうして理解してくれないのかしら。私には二つの愛があって、一方は彼女を愛し、一方では音楽を愛してる。どうしてその二つが同じでなくてはならないの？
俺にまともな助言を期待するなよ。いっそ全く違う仕事の人間にしたらどうだ。才能のある人間に才能がないと言われながら一緒にいるのはエリカが辛い。
言ってないわ、そんなこと。
一緒にいればわかる。
歌手だから彼女を愛したわけじゃないわ。でもそうね。いっそ病院の看護婦や学校の教師でいてくれたら。
耐えられないのは彼女の弱さだ。誰だって自分が最高だって信じて生きてるわけじゃない。思い知る機会が与えられれば逃げ出したくなる。
そしてあんたは逃げ出したってわけね。
その通りだ。
一生は逃げられないのよ。
俺は一時期自分の仕事を蔑んでた。その罰が当たって向こうからそっぽを向かれたんだよ。もう戻れない。
あんたのことも私は好きだったわ。もちろん恋人としてじゃなかったけど、苦しんでるのは知ってた。いつかこんなことになるとは思ってた。その時手を貸せたらって思ってたけど、無理ね。あんたは小さな女の子みたいに王子様を待ってる。
王子様？何をバカなことを。
女が王子様を待ってるってよく言うでしょ。最近の女は待たないのよ。待ってるのはあんたみたいな人間。王子様っていうのは理不尽だ、不遇だと不満だらけの何もしない場所から幸福へと連れて行ってくれるもので、でも女たちはもう王子様は本当は幸福に連れてってくれるもんじゃないってこと知ってるの。だから自分で行きなさい。
待てよ。ならどうしてこれを置いていくんだ。
あんたが何と言おうとそれなりの努力をしてあんたは生きてきたのよ。だからその証に手を貸す人間がいるってこと。エリカのことも私は決して見放さないわ。次の金曜にまた来る。
誰がお前の手なんか。王子様か。バカなこと言いやがって。そんなものがいればいっそ。
出て行くに出て行けない。
お姉様、武器を使わずに人を殺すよね。
俺は言葉が肺を突き刺して死にそうなんだけど。
お前は十分頑張ったってば。
お前はさ、思ってないことも言える人間なんだよな。
何言ってんだよ。俺は本当に。
俺十分なんて頑張ってねえよ。けどお前のそういうとこ、優しさだってちゃんと分かってっから。優しさも人それぞれだ。
分かってないよ、何にも。
せめてどこの誰かは知らないが、エリカが幸せであることを祈る。エリカってもしかして灰原エリカちゃんか？
何興奮してんだ、お前は。もうほんとバカすぎだ。夕方はふっと人が引きますね。北千住の駅前も。
路地裏だからな。古い家が多くて驚いた。
うちも大概ですけどね。どうしたんです？急になんかしたいだなんて、そんな向いてもないこと。
捕まえただろ、猫。しかしこの猫、そんなにしょっちゅう逃げるんじゃ、飼い主が嫌なんじゃないのか？事務所で飼ってもいいぞ。
中川さん、あなた年齢以外に大人なとこ少しは見せてください。っていうか、これ猫に見えるんですか？
大きいものが犬で、小さいものが猫だと子供の頃母親が。
鳴き声を教えてくれる人はいなかったんですか？犬のおまわりさんを歌わなかったんですか？
母親が言うことを鵜呑みにする子供だったんだ、俺は。
才能のある人間は何かが欠落してることが多いんだそうですよ。生きるための杖に才能があるんだそうです。
それはまた気の毒な話だな。
自覚もないと。
あ、トラさんじゃないか。たく探しもしないで。
何ぼんやり見てんだあいつ。中学校の校庭なんて。ああ、虎次郎の頑張ってた野球部です。
今日は焼肉でも食いに行くか。
ちょっと猫が、いや、犬が見つかったぐらいでそんな。
俺は結構今の生活が気に入ってる。君たちと永遠に遊び暮らしているのも悪かない。
中川さん。虎次郎が、嘘は少しずつ積もっていって、いつか全部を嘘にしてしまうかもしれないって言ってました。
俺は嘘なんか。
あの詩に曲をつけたらどうですか？
君までそんなことを言うのか。
だって、たくさんの人があなたのこと待ってるじゃないですか。手を貸すのは、それなりに中川さんが努力してきた証だって、薫お姉様がおっしゃってたじゃないですか。
いつから薫の手下に。
薫お姉様は立派です。
洗脳までされて。
嘘をつかずに生きていくなんて、すごいです。だってきっと、嘘をつかない人が一番大変なんですよ。
嘘をつく？いや、あいつはたった22歳の俺にあの美貌とプロポーションを盾にわけわかんなくさせといて、その上結婚するまで指一本触れさせないという技まで繰り出して、盛大に披露宴までやった挙句、入籍の翌日に女とマウイ島に行った女なんだぞ。
それは騙される中川さんもどうかしてるんじゃないかと。
君は取られる方が悪いという考えの持ち主なのか。
最近中川さんのイメージがどんどん崩れてって。
悪かったな。
でも俺も、それいいことなんだと思います。虎次郎も言ってたけど。
どこが？
俺が一番 今の暮らし気に入ってるんですよ。今の仕事も中川さんや虎次郎と毎日遊んでるみたいな、ずっと夏休みみたいな。俺はもしかしたら本当にずっとここにいるかもしれないから。だから中川さんはちょっと行ってきてもいいんですよ。
行ってくる。
あ、見つかったんだ。あややちゃん。あややちゃんは逃げ出しちょきでちゅね。ダメでちゅよ。め。
お前でかくて怖いって。あややちゃんよこせ。
でかくて怖いって。お前、子供の頃、人の肉体的欠陥のことを言っちゃダメだって言われなかったのかよ。
何が欠陥だよ。俺忘れてないからな。お前はガキの頃、俺のことチビチビチビチビ言って、いつでかくなんだよって。
トラさんは気になる子はいじめるタイプなんだ。いかにもだな。
俺そんなガキの頃からアツシが気になってたわけじゃねえぞ。
でも今は気になると。
あんな面白いハンサムに人よの恋人呼ばわりされてるあんたにだけはもうなんも言われたくない。
その話は疑問だぞ。
分かったってなんもできねえくせによ。
素手じゃかなわないから何か武器を使って後ろから襲撃するさ。
ああ、少しは知恵がついたんじゃねえかよ。
な。
あんたさ、もうちょっとちゃんとおかしなハンサムとかとも喋んないとダメよ。
あいつは芸術家様で言ってることなんか半分もわからん。本当に音楽以外何もまともにできないし、車の運転も確定申告も。
あんたは何かできるとでも？相変わらず美しい手をなさってからに。
今日は猫を見つけたぞ。
だからそれ犬。ミキちゃん、俺たちじゃないからね。
何が？
あんたのことちゃんと考えてくれてるの。あんたのために考えてるの。俺たちじゃないからね。あんたに優しい人があんたを本当に助けてくれる人じゃないからね。
なんだよ、いきなり二人して。
お前も何か言ったの？
ちょっとだけ。ああ、もうすねないすねない。そんなとこ座り込まないの中川さん。
ガキじゃねえんだからよ、あったが。
焼肉行きましょうね。牛タン食べてカルビ食べてビール飲んで機嫌直して。
いいね。あとハラミとビビンバね。王子様の来週に備えて肉でも食っとかないと。
俺はもう高橋には死んでも会わない。
ああ、一言も言ってねえよ俺。それがおかしなハンサムだなんてさ。金曜日には薫様も来るし、今度できてねえとやべえだろマジで。事務所焼き払われっかもしんねえぞ。
ゆうべ夜中にやってた西部劇みたい。北千住であんなことが。薫お姉様ならしそう。
なんか生きる気力がなくなってきた。
最近俺不安になることがあるんだよね。
なんだよ、珍しく深刻な顔して。
この世に普通の異性愛者っていないんじゃないのかな。薫お姉様はああだし、高橋さんはあの勢いだし、このままじゃ人類が。
確か
雰囲気に流されないように気をつけよう俺。中川さん、書くのかな曲。
複雑か？
お前の言う通り、中川さん本当はすんごい無理して意地張ってる。音楽に帰らないと。
そうだな。なんでもあり解散かな。
それでも仕方ないね。
そしたらお前どうする？
まあなんかして働くとは思うけど。
もう一回料理仕事にしようとは思わないのか？
俺は多分もう料理の仕事はしない。 こればっかりはさ、人を喜ばせることができなかったら仕事じゃないから。虎次郎は？
俺、負けたところに戻ろうと思うんだ。負けたとこからもう一遍始めねえと、ごまかしてずっと嘘ついたまんま行っちまう気がするんだ。やれば必ず何でも叶うってのは嘘だって今でも思う。だけど叶わなくてもやんなきゃなんないことってのがあるって、俺。
そう言うだろうと思ってた。
高校のコーチの大学の先輩が2軍のコーチやってて、一応プロテストみたいなのしてくれるって言うんだ。今から行ってくるよ、俺。
そうか。頑張れよ。俺、本当にお前に野球やってて欲しかったからさ。嬉しいよ。本当に嬉しいよ。
置いてかれたみたいな顔すんなよ。お前はさ、お前で考えろよ。料理のことはもうそうやってきっちりケリがついてんならいいさ。それはそれだし。俺らいつも先がねえジジイみたいに焦ってるけど、あるみたいじゃん。ミキちゃんや色男見てるとさ、いくらでもなんぼでもつうか大人になるよ、あいつらよ。あつし、俺別にお前の王子様になってやってもいいんだぞ。お前のこと好きだし。
それはどういう？
好きは好きだよ。どういう好きとか言われると俺も引くけど、ほら、恋人でもこういう好きはあるし、友達でもこういう好きはある。だからそういう好きだよ。だから王子様みたいにお前がもう何にもする気になれなきゃ、俺はさ、なんだろう、嫁にってわけにはいかねえしな。まあなんかそういう、
おいおいおいおい、
なんかくれてやったりとか守ってやったりとか、貧困だな俺の愛って。まあそうやってできることを何でもしてやってもいいけど、お前は良くないだろ。
自分で行かなきゃ。
そうだ。どこに行くのかはわかんねえけど。あのさ、俺はやるけど、お前もやんなきゃなんないわけじゃない。俺はこうしかできない。でもさ、お前はお前だ。お前が本当に今の自分が好きなら、それが自分で行くってことだと、俺は。
大丈夫。分かってる。
よし、じゃあ行ってくる。
おう、行ってこい。
俺はお前が好きだぞ。いや大好きだ。
それのどこがミュージカルと違うって言うんだよお前。くそ、トラジロ。頑張れよ。俺もお前が大好きだ。そして今日も軽く世間は遠巻き。俺ものすごく普通の人間なのにな。よかった。飛んだ手錠プレイの最中だったらどうしようかと思った。 中川さん、どうしたんですか、それ。
ああ、これか。厨房にナタがあったからぶった切ったんだ。高橋の腕を切ってやろうかとも思ったが、犯罪者になるのは割が合わない。
高橋さんは？
大事なクーパーがレッカー移動されたんで、走って追っかけて行ったよ。
俺が最初にどうしたと聞いたのはですね。
これか。さっき届いたんだ。残りの慰謝料、ピアノに変えやがったあいつ。強行手段に出やがって。
薫様ですか。っていうか本当に慰謝料もらってたんですね。しかもまだ。
あいつも税金払うぐらいならって黙って払ってたんだが、稼がないとな。もう慰謝料は入ってこないし、いい加減俺の歌も流行らない。
曲を書くんですね。
なんでも嫌だから曲も作るさ。好きだったのに。振り向いてもらえないから嫌いだと嘘をついてた。
嘘は良くないですね。積もっていきます。
そうだ、積もっていたよ。
虎次郎ももう一遍頑張るみたいです。プロ野球テストを受けに行きました。ちょっと寂しいですけど、俺だけ何にも持ってないみたいで。
俺が唯一知ってるいい言葉がある。人はそれぞれだ。
中川さん、
君には君の素晴らしいところがある。
どんな？
よくはわからない。
だ
が俺もトラさんも君が好きじゃないか。ついでに言うと、俺は何でもありをやめるつもりはないぞ。
どうして？だって
俺は君がここで一生懸命まずい料理を作ってなかったら、どこまで傲慢な人間になってたかわからないし、1年ここに通わなければ競馬場か競輪場あたりでどこまで転落してたかわからない。できないことを必死で続けてる君を見て助けられたと俺は思ってる。
俺が中川さんを？
今度は俺が君を助けないとな。それに俺はこの年になってできた初めてのお友達ともう少し遊んでいたいのさ。でも君らがどこかへ行きたくなったら、いつ歩き出しても構わないんだよ。
どうしちゃったんですか？熱でもあるんじゃないでしょうね。
さあ、準備をするぞ。3人分のペペロンチーノ。君は3人分のナポリタンを作る。
だって。
それ1万回やって出直せって言われた。
そんな。
受かるわけないだろう。高校卒業して4年か？だらだらナポリタン食ってたんだろう。このままトラさんが帰ってこないなんて信じられるのは君ぐらいだ。
なんか中川さんの根本が少しも変わらないことに今日ほどほっとしたことはありません。
ペペロンチーノ作ってやるよ、トラさん。
はい、トラジロ、ビール。また頑張れよ。
おう！1万回やるぜ俺は！
お、いい匂いだな。
お揃いの手錠しちゃって。私鍵持ってますのに。どこ行ったかな。これねえな。
なんだよお前。
大事なクーパーを取り返してきたよ。俺にも飯を食わしてくれ、中が。お、ストーンウェイじゃないか。うわ！なんだこのピアノ。
どうしてこの存在感で気づかないでいられるんだよ。
スタウェイのある事務所か。最高だな。俺も雇ってくれよ、ここで。時々なんでだか借金取りが来るんだ。副業を持ちたい。
冗談じゃない。
まあまあ、ミキちゃん。で、あんたに何ができると？
そうですよ。車の運転はああだし、一般常識はないし、無駄にハンサムなので、尾行にも向きません。
何かあるだろう？俺にだってできることが。
あれ？外からなんかカリカリ変な音が。あれ？あややちゃん、どっちゃんでちか、来ちゃったでちか。
もうそいつは俺の猫だ。
タヌキだろあれ。
なんか、あのサイレン、ここに近づいてね。
クーパー、取り返してきたって言いましたよね。どうやって取り返したんですか？ちょっと高橋さん、タヌキに夢中になってないで。
かわいいやつだなこいつ。おっと、俺に惚れるんじゃないよ。困ったお嬢さんだ。俺には俺になりたいと言って泣くような恋人がいない。
止まった。
なんかたくさんの足音が。
愛人になりたいのかい？困った子猫ちゃんだ。
いや、タヌキってあんた。
っていうか、人の犬だし、それ。
やっぱり俺は一人で生きていきたいような気がしてきた。
It's like you don't have to do anything. And damn. Wanted to say hi and I'm newer. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. And also, like, how are you doing and how's your day and week going, Kristen Rose? You can also like answer ones where more of like a have sort of closed the conversation with Navandra if you want. Some things can't be helped in my situation, but it's fine. I mean, you know, even when some things can't be changed, there are still things we can do for ourselves, right? So either we can make the situation better, for example, with the like that's what we did with how you feel like, or what you did for yourself, with feeling like, oh, it's gonna be like unsafe there. Because what you do is like you're gonna go to the gym and you're gonna like carry sort of like some self-protection measures with you, and you're sort of like, you know, you're like prepping yourself to be able to face that fear and be fine, like be able to do everything you need to do. So I feel like, for example, with the pollution being so high there, that's also something you could do. So I don't know, like if you feel like a mask might help or something, you could prep something like this. Otherwise, maybe you could prep like for wherever you study. I don't know if there's gonna also be the pollution like really high. Like maybe you can prep like a sort of air filter thing to take with you. Like there are certain ways how you can make a shitty situation just a bit better, you know? Yeah. And I don't know, apart from that, I think a lot of the time just like you do here, just talking about it helps. So maybe there is like some people you study with, you can like befriend and then like spend time with them and like not have to like be alone, but feel sort of safer within the group or something. Or you like talk to your friends or talk to your family, or maybe like a sister or brother or something. Your cousin is going to be there, and your uncle too. I mean, that sounds really nice. So are you able to like talk with your cousin and uncle like about your feelings, sort of about like not even like the incident specifically, but just that like, oh, it's good, like if you, for example, would feel like exhausted or drained or stressed or maybe scared or sort of like would have like a resistance to go somewhere, like would they be able to support you? Like, even if they don't know anything, just about the, like, can they support you about what the studies are gonna throw at you? And you have a friend you can talk to? That's really good. And Ruff had bicep surgery last week, so recovery, heart, and mental health, because I feel like I'm failing as a mom, because I need so much help from parents. Oh, Kristen. Is there a way, Kristen, you can talk to your, like, do you think your parents see you as a failure of a mom right now? Like, did they express frustration that you need so much help? Or are they, like, happily supporting you and you feel like it comes more from yourself? My friend knows, and she's gonna be my sole support as she's from my branch only. I feel like having your friend know it's like perfect, and she can support you, and that's like superb. That's like so good. But I think it might be beneficial, Navandro, if you learn to get support from people who don't know. And you don't need to tell them, you know? Because like everybody, for example, needs help when they're stressed. Everybody needs help when they're exhausted. And they don't need to be like, you don't need to tell them that you're exhausted because something traumatic happened to you. You can't just tell them like, oh, like the last couple of days have been like really exhausting. Like I just can't be bothered with making food right now. Like, do you want to like come over and like, you know, like bring food with or something? You know, like there is ways we can ask for support where we don't need to tell them our entire story. We don't need to be entirely vulnerable and need them to be able to understand every last detail. But we can just ask support with our needs, with expressing our needs. And when we then, for example, like, yeah, need help making food or eating today because we're super exhausted and stressed out, that's valid. And we don't need to tell them why. Like, we can just be like, oh, yeah, studies and work, you know, it's so, it was so tough. And then, like, the classmates, and yeah, I don't know, you know. And, like, we don't need to be super specific. But if we tell people close to us who do want to support us, just our needs first, of like, we need help making food or eating properly. We need help going to university, like showing up. We need help motivating ourselves for like studying. We need help to maintain as much energy as we can because studying is like so tough right now. So like if they, you know, can just like come to us instead, for example, than us coming to them, or like if, you know, like there's so many things we can like ask from people without having to explain why. And apart from just like our feelings, like you can say like, oh, you're scared. You can say like you're not good enough, or you feel like you're not good enough. You can explain them how you just feel so stupid right now because you don't get anything in university. And even though in reality, maybe you also feel stupid that like things for you are hard right now and you just wished it wouldn't be like this. I mean, even that, it's something you could express, right? And they're gonna probably like put this on like something else, but it can just be nice to be helped with a certain feeling. Like, even if you tell them, like, oh, like, I just, you know, like, everything just feels so hard right now, and everything feels like so much right now. And they think it's about the studies. And then you're sort of saying, like, I just wish certain things would have never happened, and then, like, life could be so easy, right? And maybe they're gonna then tell you, like, yeah, you know, like, maybe you should have learned better back there. And it's like, yeah, you know, maybe, but, like, now it just happened, right? And sometimes I just wish it wouldn't be like this. And then they're probably gonna be like, yeah, buddy, that just, you know, sometimes that just happens in life. But it's like, you know, like, do your best now, and it's gonna be all right. It's gonna turn out fine. And even then, if it feels like, oh, well, actually, like, the conversation is about something entirely different, right? It can just be nice to see how they're sort of supporting you in the best way they can, right? I'm good at asking help without explaining myself much, but the thing is, when I get exhausted completely from everywhere. Yeah, true. To be honest, I don't know if my IQ is enough to be able to go toe-to-toe with the course. Sorry for being restless, don't worry. I mean, for example, like this, with like feeling like maybe I'm like too stupid for the course, like that's definitely something you can talk to your uncle or cousin or your family about, right? And when you say like, but the thing is, when I get exhausted completely from everywhere, that maybe means you need to learn to have this like early warning system about exhaustion. Because what this sounds like to me, and I'm not saying it is, right? But just, you know, like, listen and see if this seems like it could apply to you. Like, I oftentimes have this, actually. But the thing is, I was like, there's like sort of like certain steps, right? So you have this like graph here. Okay, that's like really nice to see. Let me grab a bigger pen. I think that should be good. Oh my god. So this is a very curvy graph, but we're going to treat it like it's not curvy, okay? Exhaustion levels usually go sort of like higher like this when we don't do anything against them. And when you say like, oh, you always only see it when it's like here already, and then you're exhausted from like everything, and like there's not an easy fix how it can down, you're probably missing all of the signals here, you know? Like, this is probably the area where you're just ignoring the signals, or where you're just sort of like trying to, you know, like just not see them, or where you're not able to see them. Like, sometimes, like, for me, this can be like really hard because I'm like on the neurodivergent spectrum, right? And it's like the signals from here to like here are like essentially like invisible to me. So, for example, like when I'm hungry, like other people just feel hungry. I feel either appetite, and then it doesn't matter if I'm hungry or not, or I feel stomach pain. These are like stomach pain is here, and appetite is like, I guess, like somewhere here. So I usually try to eat when I have appetite, but because I know I only, and this is like not really something where I feel like I can fix it, I'm only gonna feel it here when I have like stomach pain. First of all, I started taking it actually serious here. Because a lot of the time I would like notice like, oh, I have stomach pain, and then be like, okay, I'm going to make food now, but it's going to take an hour to make, and that's going to be entirely fine. And then I would absolutely crash and burn, okay? Because I didn't take it serious that it's here. Because I thought like I would be somewhere here. Like, I didn't know that this part of the graph was entirely like invisible to me, right? So now that I know, I only see it like if I get stomach pain, like I'm like in like a red area already. Like, I need to be quick. I'm just gonna throw something in which is like fast, or I'm gonna eat like a little bit now and then like instantly start preparing food so that like I have something which makes me not crash in the hour it takes me to make food. But this gap here, I bridge by taking like precautious measures. For example, just by like feeling like, okay, other people need like food like 3 times a day. Like, I'm just gonna eat breakfast even if I'm not hungry. I'm just gonna like try to eat lunch even if I'm not hungry, you know? Like, I'm just trying to anticipate my like nutrient needs here, essentially. But for a lot of other people, like this can just be a neurodivergent system, but this also can be like a symptom from like trauma. Like sometimes with trauma, we haven't trained the ability to actually see our needs here because we were always so focused on anticipating and seeing the needs of other people. And because we then haven't built this skill, it can feel exactly like this. But it's a skill we can build. And while we're building it, we can try to like sort of put a system in place how we can anticipate our needs and like fulfill our needs as long as it's possible. And like without it going to the red state. So what it seems to me, you know, is if you say like, you only notice that you're exhausted when you're exhausted from everything completely, it seems like you either might be ignoring symptoms like here, or like you don't know like how to feel them or like how to look for them or something like this, you know? So maybe you need to build that skill. And this is something like I personally, and this is a skill you can build, right? Like I could also probably like do better with like trying to like know when I'm hungry or not. I just don't really bother. But the thing I do, or like I started doing, because there's a lot of different needs we have, right? So a thing I started doing is I made a list essentially of like, I called it finding out my emotions, but like it's not just that. Like for example, like depressed is not really an emotion, one would say, but I can like sort of understand patterns here. And this is the way I do it because I'm like hardcore like disjunct from like my like bodily system in that regard, and like my emotions are like so hard to understand sometimes. So I made this list where like every time I like feel depressed or every time I feel super exhausted, I write down like what I did and how I feel as well. Like I just write down like everything about my situation I know. And then like I did this like many times. And if there's something new coming to that list, I add it as like a new thing. But if there's something which was already on the list, I just mark it with like a colorful dots on the top for like every time I feel something which is already on the list, but now is a new instance of it. And then pretty quick, you end up with a list where certain things have a lot of dots on them. And it's like, okay, like 10 out of 10 times when I ended up feeling exhausted, I like before that, I like worked super much or something. Or I didn't take proper care of eating enough or something like this. Or I turned out to be sick, you know? Like it's gonna be, like there's gonna be some common denominators which are like just a thing of like, now you can build a pattern. And this is when you don't sort of really have that connection or low-key walking around that connection. The other thing you can do is just whenever you feel like it's actually better, you can try to think of a situation where you felt like really exhausted and like completely exhausted. Try to think about the circumstances of that situation. Try to see like, okay, what could have been the reason? And now upcoming, whenever you go through something where you marked in your head like that could have been the reason, try to look inwards, try to find out what do you feel right now. Take it as sort of like a person in your head being like, hey, wait, this could, like last time, like we don't know, but this could mean we're on the path to exhaustion, you know? And then you just look inside and you're like taking a moment to like really like actually take a moment, okay? Like do the belly breathing, do the stretching first. Like make sure that you're actually able to look inwards, that you have the time to look inwards. Because it doesn't really work if you're just then like you're in the talk with 3 people and for a second you're like, yeah, am I exhausted? No. And like this is not gonna help, right? So like look inwards, take the time to look inwards. Try to really feel what you're feeling right now. And if you then already notice like actually, I am a bit exhausted. Like that was low-key, yeah. Like I don't feel like being around, like sometimes that can be like being hyper-social. Like having been around people like for a couple of days in a row and then just feeling like not people anymore. But you just don't really want to see it because you have made plans already and stuff like this. But this is a sign, right? And you need to adjust to that. Because just ignoring that you're exhausted, it's just going to put you to, at some point, being exhausted to the point where you can't just take one day off of seeing your friends and just chill alone, be at home. But it's going to need a whole lot more. So, yeah. The Wallograph, yeah. Wasn't taking life seriously until basically the last year or so, and especially now. Yeah. Yeah, but this is not the very time for experiments. It's not really an experiment, right? It's more like data collection. Like, it's not an experiment which, like, maybe is gonna go wrong, right? It's more like, this is definitely gonna give you more data, and it might not work as good instantly, but it's definitely gonna give you something. So, like, for sure, just more data to, like, try, like, a different route or something. But yeah, like, if for a lot of people who feel like, okay, like, I only notice when it's like far too late, it doesn't mean that the way there doesn't exist, right? Like, the graph from like 0 to there does exist. It's just they don't see it. And if it's a thing they can't see, because that's not like in their expertise of like how they're connected with their body, right? And it's sort of like me with being hungry, and maybe then they just need to find a workaround. For some people, it's also just that they haven't trained to actually see this, right? And I feel like, especially with exhaustion, it's a thing where like capitalism doesn't really want to train us to have a good life-work balance, okay? Like, that's just not really the goal of capitalism, right? Like, they just want you to like make as much money as possible. You're like one of like 1,000 workers. Like, who fucking cares, right? So this is why we need to take care of it ourselves. And so I think the thing which is going to give you the fastest results probably is going to think about, sort of make a list or make notes on what happened the last times when you felt super exhausted, and try to see if there's any sort of like same-ish situations around it or same-ish circumstances. And also note actually what helped you. Like, if you know anything you did which made it better, also note that down. And then just try to see it earlier. And if you feel like none of that is gonna be like, you know, the perfect system, and because you're just, you know, you just won't see it as early anymore, then you can also make a routine, for example, to do like to meditate every evening. And in that meditation, you actually check in with your body. Am I exhausted? And what can I do for myself to feel less exhausted? Yeah. So I feel like when it helped you to like go to cafes, eat tasty food, and try to cheer yourself up, and when you say like you gave up on everything, I feel like that essentially tells you that you like gave up on expectations and you did something you really wanted to do. So maybe there's some component of that you can integrate in your daily life. Maybe you can sort of like make sure that after like a heavy learning session or something, you reward yourself with going to like a tasty cafe. Maybe you can learn in some cafe and have like a tasty drink on the side. Like, maybe there's a way how you can connect your like the work you do with a bit more pleasure, you know, and just try to make it like easier, and to make it feel less like work and like you like a drag and like you have to pull through and push through and stuff, you know? Yeah. yeah, so maybe there's something like this you can reward yourself with. Like there's many different options, like depending on the budget, right? Like maybe it can be a thing that you just like get yourself like a 1.5 liter bottle from like a supermarket of like a nice drink. And like yeah, just after like every good learning session or whatever, you just give yourself a glass. Like I feel like I would definitely though treat it like I wouldn't. So that's the thing. Because we humans are really like we get used to things very easily. And because of that, I wouldn't incorporate it just like that in the routine. But I would sort of make sure it's like sort of stays special. So either like do it like when you're having like a really good learning session, or when you like really feel like it, or just sort of that it doesn't turn into like I just drink this the entire time now instead of water, you know. I started rewarding myself frequently. Now I'm noticing that I haven't felt exhausted in a long time. Yeah, maybe. And you start to take breaks more frequently. Yeah, exactly. That explains a lot why you're like not exhausted that much anymore. That's really good. Like that's really, really nice. So there's going to be like a big test ahead of you with this like study of like putting 4 years of work into 7 months. Like this is going to be really exhausting, right? So it's you're gonna like prepare like good coping strategies and try to give yourself time where you can like recharge and where you feel like you regain energy. And I think with that, you should be able to like definitely do it. So without knowing, my body actually started coping on its own. I wonder when it started actually. Because I know that we talked about specifically this in, I think like January, like the beginning of January or something already. Remember when I told you to make this like package for like bad days with like a nice drink you like and like a letter or something like this? You know? No. Yeah. Because yeah, it would be cool if it started there. Like that would feel really cool. But so your vehicles are also not there. Is that something where you feel like you like recharge and gain back energy? And hi Nate, welcome, welcome. We're just like super in the talk with Navandro right now. Hmm. I don't know why my brain keeps going back to January when I found out that I almost lost my mom last year and no one told me. In some alternate timeline, I have no mom anymore. Brain can't process that. Hmm. I think that's very normal to struggle to process that. Like, are you scared it's gonna happen again? Like that they still won't tell you or something? Are you maybe angry that they didn't tell you? Because I feel like this is something you should talk to with your mom. Or with the people who didn't tell you. Mm. What did I say, Navandro? I think I only said that would be like very cool when it started then. Like that you like rewarded yourself more frequently and that's why you like weren't exhausted. It's fine, Navandro. Like some days you need more attention, some days you need less. It's gonna even like it's gonna be evened out over time. And I think everybody in chat wants you to do well as well, right? So, but yeah, I think I feel like we're low-key actually sort of at the end of the talk, right, Navandra? I feel like you have a plan. And I think if you like keep sort of like rewarding yourself and like acknowledging what like fears you face, it could be like a very like a memory where it actually feels like you regain control, right? And you made life your own again. Like, it could turn into this story where you show yourself you can do it. Like, despite of it all, you can do it because you know how to care for yourself now. Because you know how to ask for help now. And that could be very nice. There's also ways how we can regain focus, right? Like focus, like losing focus or like not being able to focus is also a sign of exhaustion sometimes. Like it can be a sign of like the side effects of like getting off of like antidepressants, right? But it also can be a sign of exhaustion. So there's also like a bunch of different things we can do to like regain focus. And depending on the person, it sort of differs, right? But usually it's like letting go of the like expectation and this need to be productive for a bit and just relax your focus. Like give yourself time where you don't have to focus at all. And then you're probably able to like focus again. Yeah. I mean, that's really good, Navandra, and it's really good that you're coming out of it. It's probably not going to be like a super easy way or anything, but I believe in you, and I think you can do it. And I'm going to have on the realization she's now 16, retiring soon, and her health starting to go downhill. Scared, obviously. I still rely on her for a lot. Losing my dad would be one thing, because we don't have much of a relationship, but my mom, I can't process it the same. Are there certain things maybe you still want to do with your mom? Or certain talks you still want to have with her? I think honestly also talking to her about the fear of losing her could be a really, really good talk. Did you ever do that? Do you have any friends you could rely on, Nate? Like a partner thankfully doesn't need to be everything. My journey is a hell of a story, which I'm proud of. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of you too, Navandro. Especially also for acknowledging how much you overcome already. And that it's natural to struggle. And that you don't blame yourself for struggling, but you're actually proud of yourself for going through the struggle. So, Kristen Rose, are you still here, by the way? No, they don't, but it's a lot of my mom dealing with her 100-year-old. Mom is declining fast. She's pulled in multiple directions. Damn. 100-year-old granny. That's a lot. Yeah. Did you ever talk to your mom? If it's like okay for her to... that you feel bad about like putting them through so much work? Or even to your dad, if there's a way he can maybe like support your mom better or something, because you hate seeing her like this or something like this. I feel like, especially if it's like not like the opinion of your parents, right, that it's like too much or whatever, it could be a really, really good talk with them to just be open about how you hate having to take their help, right? I do talk to her, but we've always had this awkward relationship. She's not emotional like me, and there's always this weirdness. I'm adopted, and they adopted me at 14, so there's this crucial years of middle school not having that bond. Do you know if she was ever emotional? Like, maybe she's not emotional anymore, but can still recollect those feelings. I'm really glad to hear that, Navandro, and I'm glad we were able to help you here and support you. That makes me really happy. So hold on to that. Maybe, and actually, now that you're in like a really good headspace, write a letter to yourself. Write a letter to yourself how proud you are of yourself. And how maybe you at some point never thought you would come to this point, but you did. And how you believe in your future and everything. Like, just about whatever you want. But yeah, like, write a letter, because maybe there's gonna be, like, there's probably at some point there's gonna be hard times in front of you, right? Like, life is not like linear, like, it doesn't just go uphill. Like, it's always going like this. So now that you're on a hill, just write a letter, because that letter is gonna make it easier in the next patch where you feel like, oh, like everything's going to shit again. It's gonna help you to see that even though life is not going like this, you're still progressing. And even though it might be lower than before, it's still going forward. And it's gonna become better again. And that hope can do a lot for you. So maybe imagine writing a letter to yourself where you didn't believe in it. And try visualizing, like, talking to that person, really. No, she's never been. Her father was a Marine. It's very cut dry, straight to the point. Okay, I see. I see, Nate. It's a lot going on. I know. We're sort of like switching a lot right now. Do you want to like give it another shot? Like maybe we can like make it more streamlined. But it sort of depends. Like, would you be able to wait until I've talked to Kristen Rose? Because she was here earlier. And I sort of like put her on hold like while I was talking with Navandro. And then we could like focus on you entirely. Is that a thing, or do you have to go soon, or it's late or something? All right. Good luck, Navandro. What about your dad, Kristen Rose? Or I don't know, like an aunt or grandma or anybody who relates with this emotional depth, let's say. I see, Nate, I see. Maybe go for a walk in nature. It always helps me. Maybe it's gonna help you too. Hi, Alfred. Welcome. Well, it's going alright, Alfred. Some people have tougher days than others right now. For me personally, I'm just struggling with like allergies and antihistamine side effects. Yeah. I hope you're doing alright too. We're focusing right now on Kristen Rose. She's talking about how it's really tough on her right now. She had like a bicep surgery, and she has to rely a lot on her parents right now. So, one of my messages is failing to send. Oh no. You can send it in the Discord if you want. If that helps. Tainted Wisdom, by the way. Thank you for welcoming everybody. That's really sweet of you. Just have to tell me where you send it, Kristen, right? So I can, because otherwise I might not see it because it's like not in a channel I'm looking at or something. Everyone is definitely on their journey, Alfred. But how's your day today? Oh, you're not on the Discord? I see. I mean, if you want to be on the Discord and send the message here, that would be the link. Apart from that, yeah, I feel like I don't even see the message, so it's not held by Automod. So I don't necessarily I can't sadly give you any feedback on like why it's not working and why sending it doesn't work. So I think then you maybe just have to try maybe in parts or something. I don't know why. Yeah, I really don't know why it wouldn't work. Do you think the overview effect, the shift in perspective astronauts, get us a legitimate neuroarchitectural change in the brain, or just a massive one-time dopamine oxytocin dump? Has the brain actually rewire itself out there? I think there's like a lot of experiences we can have in life which people describe as life-changing, and their perspective on life just changes forever. Yes, okay. I'm just gonna, because this is not necessarily what the channel is for, I'm like gonna read it and then I'm gonna delete it, okay? Just put that just putting that out there. I also think it's a big struggle being a single mom. My oldest is 16, has SPD, postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. I'm sorry. Prolonged QT syndrome. He tries to help, but he's not always the most helpful. My youngest is 13. They're amazing and I'm proud of them. But I run into the issue of wrapping my head around them being gender fluid, pansexual, respecting their pronouns and choose a name, as well as they're struggling with anxiety, PTSD, depression, and discovering themselves. They're an exceptionally bright child, but with all the additional help I needed, definitely does affect their schoolwork. I see. That definitely sounds like a lot. And now you have the biceps surgery, and so essentially you can't take care of them alone. You need your parents to help you, and your mom is already taking care of her mom, which is 100. So that's just a lot of work involved, I see. I mean, is there like a dad in the picture who's supporting everybody, or like maybe like a friend you could ask for help? So you have some more time to like recharge and everything. And you're still waiting for a journey to begin, Carter. Yeah, that's also valid. I have my dad, who's amazing, but he's showing early signs of Alzheimer's. Their dad is not in the picture because of what he did to the youngest, and it's court ordered. Can't have contact. Okay. Oh, damn, that's a lot. Yeah. Do you have like any friends of yours who could help and support you? Like sometimes we can have like I don't know if you have like some, yeah, just like a maybe like a girlfriend who's still single or something, and who could move in for a while and just, you know, like be there, help with the daily routines and stuff like this. And probably like a woman would then also be like more convenient for the youngest. Hmm. Oh, I see. Is there a way how to maybe like finance, like having like a like a student like help come over and like take care of everything? Or anything like that? Or have you already like looked into everything and that's just the situation and how the situation is going to be? Because it does seem like it's a lot of workload right now, especially with your bicep surgery. I think that's actually a really cool project, Raj. But I would focus on Kristen for a bit, if that's all right with you. But you could, like, if you actually have a survey or something, Raj, you can always send the link in the Discord. I feel like there might be people who might be really interested. I believe for my insurance, I could have a caregiver. That would be an awkward situation, as I'm cautious of bringing people into my children's life where I live that aren't allies. Yeah, I definitely understand the situation. But I feel like if like there could be really good caregivers, I think the chances could be like not too bad actually to find someone who is an ally and who maybe also sort of like fits well with the situation, right? But I don't know, like, yeah, I don't like I personally I don't know the workloads, like how tough it could, like how much work it takes to actually like go through applications, or if you even can choose or whatever. But I mean, if that would work, that would be amazing, right? Like if you would find like a caretaker there who's also an ally and fits well with the children's situation. So I don't know if there's like still sort of if it would be better if the caregiver is like female, not like if that's important to the youngest, or if it essentially just needs to be an ally, right? I feel like that's maybe worth a shot. And maybe that's also something your friend from Maryland can help you with. Like, if it's something where you have to, like, sort of, like, online apply for it or whatever, like, maybe that's something she can support you with. Hmm. Oh, I see. So, not having proper sleep is definitely also, like, really exhausting. It's alright. Welcome to the stream. We're focusing right now on Kristen, who's going for a tough time, an exhausting time. Hmm. So, no, you have to sleep sitting up? That's not only awkward situation. That's insane. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, money, this is not like, no. Just quick explanation for everybody else in chat. Money already came on in the came in the last stream and wasn't behaving according to the rules, and he already got a warning and everything, but apparently there was no learning effect. So this is why today there's no leniency anymore. But I mean, apart from that, the first warning is when you enter the stream and read through all the rules and then still decide to just type something like this. So there's definitely like really a lot. Is it that you're like is the hardest thing on you right now that you feel like you're, how did you phrase it again? Did you feel like you're failing as a mom because you need so much help from your parents? We don't really need to go in depth about that question. Like, I'm pretty sure it was just like a trolling question and not taken seriously. Like, there's ways how definitely like to talk about this more seriously, right? Like, I do feel like the propaganda in Europe is sometimes definitely sort of like supporting the thesis or like trying to make it look like American people are just stupid. And then you can definitely sort of like talk about that and why that is the case. And there's a lot on this topic you can talk about, for example, like the system or whatever, but or like being unhappy with the political choice which was made or whatever. But that's just not the way you ask this if you're serious about receiving informed opinions. So don't worry, Kristen, and we can focus on you. But yeah, so my question was like, is this feeling of like failing as a mom and like because you get so much help right now and need so much help right now, is that really the feeling of failure is definitely hard considering how difficult my divorce was and needing so much from them at that critical moment. I mean, at the age of 42, your house shouldn't be connected to your parents' house. I don't work because I'm 100% disabled due to my mental struggles, so it's feeling like failure in society in general because it's not the common trail people take. I think honestly, from what you told me, and I know like this is like I just want to put this out there, even though I know that like taking other people's opinions into account at this moment can be quite hard, right? And I feel like low-key useless. But I just want to have it said. From what you told me about your situation, I think you can be proud of yourself how you're managing that. Like, it seems to be like a really, really difficult situation, like a really exhausting situation. And like just for everybody involved, right? It's just like it just went sideways so often, and now it's just there's a lot of workload, and like it's not really something where you can like blame yourself for it or where you can blame anybody for it. It's just like that your children need like a lot of support is just a fact, and like stays a fact. That you now need a lot of support because you had a freaking surgery is a fact. Like it's not really something where you can blame yourself for it, or if it was like well, it was just stupidity or whatever, right? Like you could have easily like walked around that. I don't think so. So it's a feeling where I don't think anybody is blaming you or thinking that you should have done better or anything. I think probably everybody involved and also your parents know that this is just a fucked up situation, right? So oh, so you even try to do like something like this. It's the thing of like nobody's gonna blame you. It's like at the tippity top. It's the cherry on the cake. So let's so this is just like just from the outside, okay? I just wanted to clarify like this. You seem like you're doing so much and everything you can. I wasn't worried for a moment that you're like lazy or you're like trying to be like or are easily sort of like a burden to other people or anything like that, okay? Just to make that clear. So very controversial relationship. Okay. Why is it a very controversial relationship? Like, are your parents also not supportive of that relationship? And can he like support you in any way in that situation you're in right now? Because I bet like he wants to support his partner, right? Like especially in such a hard time, no? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, do you know that the woman knows about you? Like that would be the only thing where I feel like this needs to be like there needs to be like a very clear communication um to his partner. Okay. So it's like openly communicated that like he's dating and they're sort of in like a open marriage, let's say, in more of a term of like we're actually low-key divorced, but they're like trying to support their children. But like how is it then not a possibility that he's like coming to your home as well and like helping you with the children or like in any way he can? Because I feel like if he's like involved with you and like serious about you, then like low-key your children are his children too, no? Hmm. I mean, for sure, but I guess for me it sort of just depends. I guess the mindset there of like trying, and actually like do the action sort of align with that there is a responsibility being seen or not, you know. Because maybe then, like, he could actually support you getting this, like, caretaker. Who's an ally as well, no? Like, maybe he could, like, write those emails and, like, especially if he works for the government, he's probably, like, more into this whole bureaucratic, shenanigans, you need to do to, get that support and stuff. Yeah. That's really nice. So is there a way you can, like, ask for support with him in that situation, like, where he could, like, help you more? So, for example, he could just, like, yeah, like, handle this, like, email, like, whatever you need to do to apply for this, like, caretaker from the insurance, maybe. Hmm. Oh, that's also really nice, yeah. I think, like, definitely the caretaker would be amazing. Because I completely understand your worry about your mom, that she's, like, helping so much right now and there's, like, a bunch of workload on her. And you feel like you don't want to add to that workload, or you feel guilty about adding to that workload. How about your neighbors, by the way? Do you have, like, contact with your neighbors? Oh, damn. Okay. Well, neighbors is a tough call then. Um, I see, I see. Damn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just gonna ask the, like, the deers from next door to to play with the kids. Um, wow, okay, yeah. Yeah, I see. So you sort of, like, there's not many options. Hmm. So I feel like if the most important thing for you is the emotional burden right now, um, I still feel, even if your mom is, like, not really emotional, I think talking to her and telling her that you feel guilty about making her, like, putting so much work on her and needing so much help from her, and just telling her that you're, like, sorry that you don't, and you feel like you failed her because you feel like you, with, like, 42, should, like, be able to be independent and everything, and you just, you know, like, just letting out your feelings in that moment. I think she might not be able to understand how emotional you are about this, but she probably would still tell you then that you don't need to feel guilty, and, like, in life shit happens and she's completely fine with this, otherwise she wouldn't do it. And she just wants to support you in any way she can. And this is hard for everybody right now. And it's not a thing she blames you for. Right? And I feel like having that talk could just take that emotional pressure off of you. Because from my grasp on the situation, I don't think she agrees with you. Like, I don't think she blames you for any of it. Like, I think she probably just wants to support you the best way she can, and she probably doesn't... She's probably low-key disappointed at, like, life or something, that, like, why, you know, like, this could have really been easier. But it's probably not a thing she blames you or your kids or anything for, you know? And I feel like sometimes if we feel this guilt or this emotional burden on us, where we blame ourselves and feel guilty for not being able to provide anymore, it can feel really freeing being open about this and saying sorry to the people we feel like we have to say sorry for, no matter the answer, actually. Like, most of them will probably tell us, like, no, like, why are you even saying sorry? Like, this doesn't even make sense to me. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. But yeah, like, this can take that emotional charge from us. Even though it's like mostly a reality we live ourselves in, right? And which is not really, doesn't really have that much to do with our circumstances and with the people around us, because they don't blame us, but we blame ourselves. And, you know, especially if there's also then maybe the narrative of like, I'm failing as a mom. Maybe honestly even saying sorry to your kids and saying like, I'm sorry I can't support you to the full extent right now like I would like to. And like, I hope this is okay. She had surgery on a bicep because one of our goats dragged her when she had it on its leash. No. Yeah. So I think your mom, even if she doesn't have like even if she's not really emotional, I think she's gonna, I believe in her answer feeling good to you. Like, I don't know her, right? But like, my mom, for example, is also like really not the emotional person. And I know that she sometimes like, she can't connect with me on an emotional level. But when I would tell her that like I'm guilty that I'm not a good daughter or something, she would always tell me like, you don't, like, why, like, you are a good daughter. And I don't blame you for any of it. And you're doing all right and you're doing fine. Because even though she's like maybe not as emotional, she does love me. And it's just, she just works like different to me, right? And I think that can be really nice. So I think, you know, sometimes keeping something like this from the people around us, acting strong and acting like it doesn't faze you, can actually be so much more exhausting. And I feel like most people actually pick up on these signals. Most people pick up that you're frustrated, that you don't feel good about yourself, that you maybe even feel guilty if you take a rest for a moment, or that you don't feel happy with the performance of your body. So I think sometimes for kids, actually, it can be really nice when we talk about these things openly, when we explain why we seem frustrated, when we explain why we seem exhausted and unhappy. Because when we then explain them, then it's not actually like because of them, right? But it's because we feel guilty that we can't like give them the care we would like them, like we would like to give them. It can help them so much to not project it on themselves. Because sometimes, like, kids, I don't know why really, but kids so often expect actually the parent to feel a certain way because of them, and to feel like guilty for being a burden themselves, and to feel like, oh, like I don't want my mom to be frustrated or to be exhausted, and like I need to do something. And they also feel that pressure because they want you to feel good. And I feel like sometimes it can feel so connecting, actually, to tell your mom what's going on, to tell your kids what's going on, and just how, you know, you're just really struggling with not being able to fulfill your own expectations and stuff like this, right, Kristen Rose? And it can feel especially connecting if you're going through this tough time together. Yeah. My 14 Berry, welcome to the stream. It's not my birthday, it's just the 40th stream. But we're talking right now to Kristen Rose. She's going through a really tough time, having gone for a surgery and struggling to keep everything together for her kids, for her family. So we're focusing on that right now. So how do you feel like that would pan out, Kristen Rose? Talking to all people involved and being open about these feelings of feeling like you're not a good mom, or like you're failing to be a good mom. How do you think it would turn out? I'm glad I was able to be here for you like this. I'm glad I was able to support you. But honestly, I think even, for example, if your kids have special needs and need a lot of help from you, I think there's a lot of support you can find in them as well. Yeah. Do that. You know, and sometimes, like, I don't know if you're like, are you like a hugging person? Like, do you know what makes you feel good and recharged? Like, what is the emotional support you like? Like, what emotional support is working the best for you? Do you know that? Hmm. How do your kids like hugs? Hmm. Oh, oh no. I see. Okay. Do you know if you're like does your mom like just not like hugs? Or like, okay, wait, no, rephrasing. So does she just not like prefer hugs? So she's like usually not giving them out, but like would do it if she feels like you like it, and then she's like okay, you know, like then you get a hug. Or if it's or is it like one of her boundaries that she's like, no, I don't do hugs like at all, like. Mm. That's like really nice. So if hugs are important to you, I feel like maybe you can ask your dad or like everybody you feel around you who like would be up to like do that, you know? And I feel like that's probably like most probably your dad. Maybe you can ask him to get like hug service. Like every morning, every time you see each other or whatever. Just get like a really good bear hug. And just like more often than usually. And make like maybe like a ritual out of it or something. Like actually on your face, oh my god. We're talking to Kristen Rose right now, Ball Saver, so she's going through like a really tough time. She had like a bicep surgery, and she's trying to support her family and her kids, and struggling to receive support from her parents as well, and just I don't know, emotionally feels really struggling to feel good enough and like she's doing a good job. So I feel like, yeah, like maybe with like getting like a few more hugs in, maybe that could be a thing. Maybe you could like I don't know, like even ask your like son to like if he could like shower to then be able to like give you hugs, because you could really use a hug, like and if he would be up to do that. And you know, it's like it's all about like trying to ask for support, right? And trying to make it work the best it can. So if you say like your oldest son is like trying to help, but sometimes isn't like helping in a way which is like that helpful, maybe you can sit down with your entire family, like also with your mom and your dad, so with everybody involved essentially, and write down everything which needs to be done. And maybe then there's a way how your eldest son can pick chores where he feels like these are like the most doable to me, and these are like the like I feel like competent as well to like do them. And maybe there's even some chores like your younger one can do, and then maybe there's a better way how like people can, because they can make a choice on like what needs to like what they will do and what not. Maybe everyone can actually carry a bit more than before, because sometimes certain chores just take more energy from us than from others, right? Because we, for example, like for me to take the like the biological trash out, that or like clean the toilet, that's gonna take a lot of energy from me right there, like I'm telling you. But like cleaning the kitchen, for example, I don't worry at all. Like that's not an issue whatsoever. And so with this, we sort of like pick and choose what like chores like sort of like my. Oh, you have an ad? No. Okay. So we gotta wait. I'm actually just gonna use this opportunity to quickly step out and go to the toilet and then come back. All right, I'm back. The sun is not really shining in. Like, it's blasting. But hey, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, by the way, how are you doing? Oh, probably like, wait, 𝔹𝕃℻, do you have ads right now as well or no? Because I've recently learned that people actually have ads on the on different times depending on the country they're in. Hi, Rose Lemon. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? We're technically right now talking to Kristen Rose, but Kristen Rose is stuck in ads, so we're waiting right now to talk to Kristen Rose. She's struggling right now because she's like trying to like be able to manage everything with her family or kids and everything when she's like having like she had like a bicep surgery, and yeah, there's a lot going on. By the way, G-Force, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate the support. You all know how, like, just because this is like Twitch, right? Like, lurking and sort of helping to like keep the viewer numbers sort of up there is like helping people to be able to find the stream even. And then also, of course,